crossover. Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Crossover.
Whoa. What does that mean?
I have no idea. I was just trying to think of new and creative ways.
You don't have to
things.
just say words, you know.
You know what? I think you
have to just say words.
I think you should listen to the show. Okay. I do and say whatever I please.
I do whatever I like.
Seriously.
I do what I want.
I do what I want.
I like doing what I want.
I do lead the league in words per minute.
That's awesome.
Quality takes per hour. I don't know how high up there I am, but
so
words
like
per minute.
There a war for takes.
I think I'm the Luisa Rise of 16 of his own. Singles, baby. Singles. All singles. A lot of singles. A lot of plate appearances. A lot of gets on base, you know. Has Matt really hit a tank in forever? I don't know. I thought my Indiana takes were pretty good. A lot of people seem to love him.
Love him.
Especially the people in Bloomington.
Yeah,
that's right.
A
Huge
lot,
fans.
A lot of people love my Indiana takes.
Are they reposting these takes and saying,
"Oh,
look, local squire Matt McMaster of Omaha has said something"?
Wow, you're not even knight. You're a squire.
You know what? I almost went to Indiana. How different my life would be if I made that decision.
Indiana.
You know what?
Happy football.
Do you know what's so funny? I picked Nebraska over Indiana, and I picked Nebraska over Kansas in part because I wanted to go to a football school.
Wow, another thing you and Trey Taylor have in common. How interesting.
No. I am not. If Nebraska walks out of that game 6-0, unlike Trey, I will be very surprised.
Interesting.
If that happens, I will be very surprised if that occurs. I appreciate though Trey getting in the take game.
That was interesting.
It's, you know what? It takes a lot of guts to get in front of a camera and do something like that, and I respect it. I respect it 1,000,000%.
Is this something new?
He's got like a podcast type deal, and he like broke down the Husker football schedule.
Or
you know what you should
do?
Do,
a Matt Rule podcast, and he's using Trey Taylor as a microphone.
I don't know, but I did watch the clip, and I was like, he's actually pretty good.
Matt, you know what you should
do for a youngster.
Matt, you should break down the Millard South football schedule.
Indiana.
Would you say that again?
You should break down the Millard South football schedule. Go game by game. Reply to his take.
I should go.
And then I'll break down the drive between Lincoln and Millard on I-80. I know it very well. I know it like the back of my hand.
You're going to get off on the L Street exit.
He had a clip where he like broke down he did a video where he broke down the Nebraska football schedule. And I didn't watch the whole video. I just saw the clip of him talking about Indiana, where he did say he thinks that he expects them to beat them, which is a lot like you.
That is nothing.
That's exactly what you said. All I've heard from John
me.
Bishop is saying that he thinks Nebraska's going to kick the crap out of Indiana. That's all you've had. They're going to kick the crap out of them. That's what you said.
And you'll say, Google this.
Google this.
Listen, if Indiana wins by 29, I am going to be dead on balls accurate.
Balls?
You've really given – I respect the crap out of you giving yourself that big of a runway to be right or wrong. It's a great play by you.
I didn't give me that runway. Others gave me the runway by assessing the fact that they were going to be 4 touchdowns better. I said, they will not be 4 touchdowns better than Nebraska.
Josh and Nick definitely gave you the runway, and then I threw pieces of paper into the fire is what happened. Which I love doing. It's one of my favorite things.
Why do you throw paper? Why not gasoline? Something that inflames a little bit more.
Because it's a little bit too much.
Yeah, but paper goes very quickly. So why don't you put, I don't know, like timber,
dried leaves?
But if you put
dried leaves are very good.
A full can of Mountain Dew.
But
putting paper in the fire, not on my bingo card.
But if you put
if
you put paper in the fire, right? You get a rise, right? It rises up real quick when it comes down. I like to get a rise out of people.
Oh, like The Dark Knight.
Yes.
That's a Batman film.
You were merrily born in the dark or something like that.
No, it's you were born in the dark. You
adopted the dark.
I was born in it.
Molded by
it. Molded by it.
I was molded.
Is that your Bane impression?
No, this is my Bane impression. I was molded by it.
Well, that's still bad.
That is terrible.
Could you do John Bishop doing Bane?
By the time I saw the light, I was already a child.
Well, Bane is really tall.
You're just doing that
tiny and small.
You're just doing that impression thing you do where your impression of somebody is just raising your voice.
It really is.
But then you just put your hands over your mouth when you did it.
Sounds a lot better.
Like you're stuck under the covers reading the comic book.
I'm Matt McMaster.
Am I Elmo?
No, you're Matt McMaster. You're from Chicago.
Now, this is good. Every McMaster impression now just has him covering his mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, this is Harry Carey.
I think people would probably understand me better if I put my hands over my mouth.
Well, it would help soften the T's in Creighton.
Yeah, you know what?
And I heard you talking earlier today because I was listening, because I listen all the time.
Wow.
This guy's gonna have
John
a similar
Bishop's
take.
listening to my show.
He's going to say the exact same thing bar for bar later on.
no,
All of a sudden, he's going to love
not.
Indiana football later in the show.
I will not, because later today when we do What's for Dinner, I will not say, I enjoy what I have eaten.
You almost got a spit take.
You spit on me, I'm walking out of here.
Okay.
So am I to believe,
open wide.
Am
Matt,
I to
no, we need
believe that
Thank you, Nick.
because you grew up in a Cuban restaurant family where you
Yes.
can
A
get
giant.
tacos wherever you want,
Mexican restaurant.
that
family.
you are a
You
taco
can't say that.
snob.
I
and
am.
You refuse to eat mass-produced fast food tacos from anywhere.
Completely accurate.
So if you want, because you're not there, you're not back home.
Yeah.
If you're getting tacos,
Oh,
you
great.
have to go without, or do you? I mean, where's your snobbery taking you in Omaha?
Go to
Great-
South O. Some of the
great-
best tacos I've ever had.
Great question, John Bishop.
Wow.
The honest to God's truth is, I haven't had a taco in Nebraska.
Matt,
Okay.
Since you got here,
Now,
how many you've been here? What,
except
6
for
years?
except for one place, which is Tipsy Tina's, because that was the bar, like the college bar, like place that we would go. And
Tipsy
people,
Tina's. I've
and-
never heard of this.
in
I know
Haymarket.
Tipsy
It's
Tina's.
it's in the Haymarket.
This
Tipsy
guy
Tina's
loves
in the
Lincoln.
Haymarket.
This must be brand new or something.
No, it's been there for quite a while.
I've never heard of Tipsy
Been quite a
Tina's.
while.
Of course,
So
I
we
don't-
would-
I don't-
doesn't
I don't-
drink downtown.
That was like
Yeah,
the
I do
college
not
drinking
drink
spot, and you would have to they only sell tacos there, and so you would have to eat it there.
Ah.
Other than that, I only ever really eat burritos.
So when you walked up there, did you kind of like just hold your nose and say, "I'm having to eat these
goes,
tacos"?
Oh,
This is
a little, I
I
got
don't eat these tacos.
yeah, basically
Matt.
I got carnitas.
I don't remember the name of it, but the best street tacos I think I've ever had in the city were at some Mega Saver parking lot in South O. Across
I
from the
don't
school.
doubt that for a
Daily
second.
Owns.
I don't doubt that for a
Not Daily
second.
Owns.
That is like
it was just
classic.
some random food truck.
That
It
is
was
like
great.
classic, Mexican cuisine. Like that is like in California, some of the best tacos comes from those like street taco food. trucks. Like those are awesome.
These tacos
I
are
just
for the
I
streets.
literally, other than drinking at Tipsy Tina's, I haven't had tacos here. I get the burritos at De Leon's and Abelardo's. I have no problem having burritos here. But my tacos specifically, because tacos are my favorite food. I haven't really.
even though it's tortilla, meat.
But there's a way.
Vegetable.
But there's a way to do it, my man.
I understand
there's a way
that,
to do
but
it.
if you're
There's a
willing,
process.
if you're
But have you
if you're
had?
willing to
have
eat
you?
the burrito?
But
why
John,
not eat the taco?
but John, but
that a
it's
euphemism?
different. It's
Yes.
different because burritos are in flour tortillas, and you press them and you wrap them and you make them that way, right? With tacos, you can get fresh masa, and you can
I
can
understand
steep
this.
the
I understand,
corn, and
yeah.
you can peel the corn, and
Steep.
you can grind the corn, and you put it down, and every abuelita's got a different.
I didn't know.
I
I don't know if
recipe.
you know this, but we grow the corn here.
I know, but I'm
Thus, our masa is best.
once
Take that,
again,
Masa.
I
or
would-
at least the base
I would-
of the masa.
I would say
is the best.
I would say that the state that has the most abuelitas per capita probably has the best masa tortillas.
I don't know whose masa is better.
The masa.
My masa is better than your masa. I've said it over and over.
More
My
masa,
masa is the
more
best
masa.
masa. Your masa, your slop. That's what I call them. Slop Bishop.
Wow. All right.
There's
haven't.
hope for you.
I don't mean to. I am. You want to call me a taco snob? You're damn right. I'm a taco snob.
go to
I
South
ordered
O,
the.
dude.
I
You
ordered
can-
the,
Yeah.
the
So
code
much
red.
good food
I'd be
in South
curious
O.
to see if you could find something here that
I'm
would.
I am sure. I am positive that there are some great tacos here that I would love to have, that I would enjoy.
And because
sure
they're
there
made
are.
here in Nebraska, they're going to fill your tiny Chicago hands.
They are.
So
I mean,
true.
they're
It's
gonna be
gonna
so
be
big.
It's going to
Good
be like a
argument.
burrito.
It's
gonna
honestly,
be the
John,
size of a burrito.
I've never had to eat a taco with two hands before. I can't wait to do it here in Nebraska.
Wow.
It's going to be incredible.
Chicago large, Omaha small.
Omaha small. That's what they call me. Small. I'm Matt McMaster.
Now this makes all the sense in
Now
the
you got
world
it.
why those seats at Wrigley Field always felt a little
Okay,
tight.
I'm going to tell you right now. That's how I knew I gained weight when I went back
That's
home.
tough.
When you
I
went
like,
to Wrigley.
dude, I sat in the Wrigley seat, and like my right butt cheek was like hitting the thing, and I'm like, this has never happened before. Like
Oh.
I've never had to like squeeze into the armrest I was concerned.
Oh,
I was like, this is terrible.
Are you a plus size park hopper? Is that what they call you?
Dude, I'm getting there. I'm making incremental progress.
You're gonna have to buy 2 seats at Wrigley from here on out.
Dude, once again, I might just have to be in the 1914 club and stand up around the entire time.
You could do what that one guy's doing, just walk around Wrigley during the games. You seen that where he's trying to lose weight, and so he walks until the Cubs score 3 runs.
I do that at Creighton baseball games.
Creighton.
Yeah, but it's easier to do.
I didn't emphasize the T there.
You didn't. Creighton. But it's easier to do at Creighton games because of the way the ballpark is built.
Yeah, and nobody's there too, so you just like you have to.
That's mean.
Well, compared to Wrigley
those kids
Field,
have families, Matt.
I think every ballpark should be required to have the concourse connect. I want to be able to
hate
do
Memorial
laps.
Stadium.
I know.
Yes, you will.
I've been to Memorial Stadium. I don't like.
Nick's a
Kauffman
snob
either.
though. The
That
only
is
time he
true.
goes to Memorial Stadium, he sits up in a suite.
No, the last time I went is when I saw Iowa beat Nebraska. We were way up.
Boo!
I actually kind of like that Wrigley isn't connected. It's a certain charm about it. I don't know.
I was disappointed. Now, this has been a few years. Maybe they've changed this. I bet they haven't, though. Now that you can get from the main grandstand to the bleachers.
You can?
Oh, yeah. You can walk there.
Oh, that'd be a massive change.
Oh,
If
yeah.
You can get from the main concourse to the bleachers?
Yeah. You can get underneath, but then they restrict you. They stop you. I mean, physically,
that would be new. I have not
There's a guy with
had
a baseball bat, and if you go any further, he'll hit you.
I'll tell you this. I have not been to the bleachers in not last season, so 2 seasons now. I haven't been to the bleachers in 2 seasons. When I did go to the bleachers the 2 seasons ago, you couldn't do that. So if it changed, it changed recently.
You can't in the sense that they don't allow you to, but physically it would be it's not like you have to climb any walls or anything.
Yeah, a million %. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
No, you physically can do it.
You physically can
You
do
just
it, but
can't.
they just restrict you
They
from
restrict
doing
it.
it.
Yes, you're
Which
totally
was disappointing.
Great point. It is connected. They
Yes,
just don't.
It is. It never used to be.
I misunderstood.
No.
You're totally right. That's what I was saying. Like, dude, if they made you be able to go from the concourse to the bleachers in Wrigley, it would be Caligula. It would be terrible.
What?
It would be insane.
You know what Caligula?
I do know what it is, and I'm telling you right now, it's an apt description of what it would be at Wrigley Field. It would be chaos if anybody could just go back and forth. A lot of kids would see what the partying. If you were in like the 200 level and you could see how good of a time they were having to the bleachers, you'd have so many people who try and jump over to the bleachers because it's GA.
I would love. I mean, this is the next step in the evolution because the whole thing about the bleachers is the cup snake.
Yeah, they kind of cut that back a little bit.
Well, they've been trying to, yes. But I think the next step in the evolution of the cup snake is to somehow stretch the cup snake from the bleachers across into the upper deck.
We have the technology. We should be able to figure this out.
We should be able to figure this out. Just get your cups. Just everybody drink more.
Get your cups here.
You start.
Get your cups. What if they?
What
You
if
start from
Nebraska
both
volleyball
ends.
fans do this before
They certainly
Cubs fans
could.
can?
This is the challenge for Nebraska volleyball fans when you take over.
Bergen Riley's parents
as
get
you're-
it started.
As you're watching those serves clear the fence and go out on the
Yeah.
wave. You got to start. You got to get a cup snake started in the upper deck, down either of the lines, and then get another one started in the bleachers, and then you do the whole golden spike meet in the middle thing.
Nice.
It would be
historic.
It would be very Cubs ownership if they started selling cups for the cup snake.
Ooh.
If they just had a cup man walking around being like,
absolutely.
"You need more cups? You need more cups?
Who needs a cup?
Who needs a cup? $10. Get you 50 cups.
Be a cup. Yeah.
50-50 cups.
50-50 cups."
Might have a bottom, might not. It's a 50-50 cup.
I mean,
Blood for the
is it-
blood god, cups for the cup snake.
Is it weird that I'm
This game is tighter than a pair of leather shoes on a rainy day.
the 50-50 thing?
Yes.
Is something that they do at a lot of small town games or racetracks, things like that.
In a small town.
And now they do it all the time at Cubs games, and they advertise it to the
doing it.
people
Yeah, they do
watching at home.
Doing
And so
it.
now it's not just an inside the ballpark thing.
Yeah, that's
now
crazy.
Everyone's getting involved. It's
they've
like
done
it's
it-
like trying to play the
That is the
lottery while
problem.
watching a baseball
They've done it at the
game.
Rockies. They did
Yeah.
it at the Brewers when we just went.
I don't know.
think I've been to a game where they haven't done it.
I don't know how it works, but I'm pretty sure that they only give you one number now. And back in the day, they used to give you like 30, if you bought 40 numbers, they give you 40 different numbers. I think they might only give you one because Big Cat won. You know who Big Cat is?
Yeah,
Dan Katz.
yeah.
He's won twice this season in the 50-50 raffle ticket. And every
How
time,
in the world,
dude, he's done it his entire life. And he never won once until
And now
this
he's won
year.
twice.
And then they brought him onto the field, and he was waving, and they gave him the big check on the field, and like it was so funny. And then literally a week later, he won it again.
I'm surprised.
Crazy.
I'm surprised they allowed.
Yeah, there
the
should
same
be
winners
like
twice.
a 30-day period.
Hell, we have that for movie tickets. And
Yeah, we have to do that.
$25 gift cards.
I love 50-50 raffle. I buy 50-50 raffle.
More of a
ticket.
60-40 guy.
Good math.
Yeah,
Good math. Good
no
for
problem.
you.
Yeah, I'm good at counting to 100.
Yeah.
I will say when it happens in a smaller town or you do it like the local
that in
high
a
school
small
game,
town.
Yeah.
exactly, the Jason Aldean, get this going. It's more fun when the 50-50 happens and, the person who wins it's just like, oh, I'll donate it back to the kids. No big deal, whatever. It's even better when a little kid wins it and they're like, I'm taking the money.
Yeah.
I'm getting out of here. That's a Matt McMaster rendition, by the way.
Well, so
I would take the money at a small town raffle.
we were at
take the money and run.
we were at the Stanton,
Nice.
Nebraska charity golf outing.
Name a town
And-
other than Stanton, Nebraska, Matt McMaster challenge.
Can't. It's the only small town in Nebraska I've been to.
Mm.
And we were at the charity outing, and we
Where
won.
my wife is from.
We won our flight, and we won a couple $100 each.
Nice.
And my buddy was like, "Hey, we donate it back here. That's what we donate this
But
stuff
you
back."
didn't, Mr. Chicago man.
I go, "Are we sure?" I go,
Nothing said we
"Are we
had to."
sure?" Like a couple hundred. We're in
Yeah.
college. We're
Yeah.
sophomores and juniors in college. I'm like, $500 for me is like the world at this point.
Right,
That's like
sure. And
2
also,
months worth of going out.
I
Like, are we
understand.
sure we're giving this out here?
I understand the morals of being like, oh, we got to give back to the local kids in
Yeah.
the community. But also, I put my money in to win. I didn't put my money in to give it back.
Exactly.
If we're going to be honest, those kids will be fine.
Yeah.
They'll be
What do
okay.
I want? Kids to
I-
have school supplies or more Long Island iced tea pitchers?
That's right. Matt McMaster needed more Miller Lights. He was born in it, raised by
The
it.
kids can't have
Before-
Miller Lights. The Miller Lights would be a waste. of
Before
those
I ever
children.
drank water, I was already a man.
That's right.
God. Screw them kids.
Especially in Stanton. You heard it here first, folks. Matt McMaster, anti-Stanton kids.
What was the
Well, the good news is Stanton technically isn't in our coverage area, though. You could be listening in Stanton on the app or watching it on the YouTube.
That is true.
channel.
Hi, Wilkes.
Hello, Stanton.
You're
Hello,
free.
Stanton.
County.
You're free from the major metropolis of Norfolk. Be careful, though. It's a
Lee-
slippery slope from there.
Lee County out to get Stanton.
Mm.
They're circling the waters.
Well,
That's not the only county I know that's by Stanton. I don't even know what
You don't
county
know.
Stanton's in.
What county are we in right now?
Douglas.
What's the county next to us?
No idea.
Sarpy. You should know that.
Okay. Then
Well,
Lancaster.
there's many counties.
Yeah. You could go
There's
Cass,
Washington. There's
you could go-
Dodge.
Yeah, Washington.
There's Saunders.
I know Douglas and Lancaster.
Bang. You know Lincoln County?
Is that in Lincoln?
That's North Platte.
Oh.
Lancaster County would be Lincoln.
Yeah, you said you knew
I know,
Lancaster
but
County.
I
and
know,
you didn't even know.
but I thought maybe like
that
part
Lincoln
of.
What
isn't
about our
in
listeners in
Lancaster County.
Grand Island, Matt?
Oh God, no,
What
this
county is
bad.
that?
No, I don't
I'll
want to.
give you- I'll even
I
give
don't
you a
want.
hint.
I don't want to play this game
I'll even
anymore.
give you a
I
hint.
don't want to play
You
this
should know that
game.
because
No,
the
we're not.
license-
Don't play this
'cause their
game.
name is
I'm not
constantly-
playing. I'm not playing this game.
The Hall County name is literally across every call screen in severe weather season. Tornado warning, Hall County. Oh my God, I
I
can't
am
believe
not playing this game.
It's Hall County, by the way.
Hall. Of course, I knew that. My
What
friends.
about Kearney next door? Do you know them?
It's Kearney County,
No,
isn't it?
that would be south of Kearney. You're thinking of Buffalo County.
Buffalo.
You should have known that
wait,
one.
wait.
Yeah, see,
Kearney
Kearney is
isn't-
not in Kearney County.
That is-
Lincoln is not in Lincoln
That's
County.
the most ass backwards
It
crap.
is.
I've
It
You're
is
ever-
weird.
You're my friend. What's my county?
What? Crete County? I don't know.
No, Crete.
Crete
Not even
County.
close.
Crete County.
You
I
ever
have
heard
no
of
clue.
Cheyenne County?
No,
39 on the license
but I
plate?
did know that George Strait wanted to make it back to Cheyenne.
That's right. And he was talking about Sydney. That's what he meant. He said the
Was he-
Cheyenne County
I thought
seat.
I thought that was in the Dakotas.
No, Cheyenne is in Wyoming. That's
Yes.
close.
Oh, okay.
Sydney's in Cheyenne County?
Yeah, they're the county seat. People forget.
Oh, for some reason, I thought they were in Scottsbluff.
See here,
No,
I
that's
just want to
Scottsbluff. That'd be 21.
I want
I
to
know, but I thought they were in the same county.
I want to make this
No,
very
they're about an hour and
clear.
a half apart from each other.
Oh
so.
God! Oh, that's true.
I know,
was thinking
when
of-
you see the Panhandle, John, you just see one big old shape. But there are
I
people
do
that
see
live
it,
there, John.
There are. Who am I thinking of? Scottsbluff.
Scottsbluff and Gearing are right next to each
Gehring,
other.
that's
Yep.
the one.
Gehring.
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 This
You got to
is
get it right.
not
Matt,
Lou
get it right.
Gehring.
This is the
Gehring.
most. I grew up in a completely different world than you people. I don't know one other county other than where I grew up in Illinois.
What county are you from?
Cook County.
Oh, is it with an E at the end?
No,
Dang.
straight up.
You're just from John Cook County?
Yeah, John
That
Cook
rocks.
County.
So
What
when
happened
the,
to
when the
Chef County?
tornado warnings happened, how did you know if you were in any trouble? If any of your neighboring counties were in danger?
My dad goes, "Oh, we're fine."
And then you'd walk outside and you'd throw rocks at birds.
Literally.
Nice.
Slingshot at birds.
Well,
Forgot
and then we would
throwing
take
rocks
the
at birds as they're swirling
Yeah.
around in the
And
funnel.
then-
While you're
then-
smoking cigarettes and drinking
and then we
Miller
would
Lites.
take the birds and then we would go ahead and make some great tacos, with fresh masa.
See, I don't know if I would use a bird. Like a Chicago birds made tacos.
Yes, I know. I
But that's
know
probably
that's
why,
probably
I mean,
not the most
I guess,
sanitized thing to do.
here
You
in
know what?
Omaha-
It's called a joke, Austin.
What?
All right?
It's called a joke. I'm not McMaster. I'm making jokes.
Interesting. Maybe you could have an authentic taco here in Omaha that's not made of bird.
You know, authenticity is really hard to find on the radio nowadays.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I went to
That's
Taco
true.
Fest. Why weren't you at Taco Fest?
I didn't even know there was a Taco
That's
Fest
the
in
beginning
Nebraska.
of May. You would have loved it.
I went to a Taco Fest years ago and saw Sir Mix-a-Lot.
Whoa!
I gotta
wow.
watch Baby Got Back while eating a street taco.
Was he
It
making
incredible.
salsa?
He was not.
Dang it.
You listen to Baby Got Back while eating a street taco?
Yes, because it was an incredible experience.
That's
Did
incredible.
he ask crowd response?
Got
You just go,
nothing.
so fellas, what? Fellas, what?
I think so. So
Nice.
I had a
that
friend.
rocks.
I was there with a friend, and I had them take a video of me with my back to the stage, just casually eating a taco.
Oh, so you
while
had the
Baby
back
Got
for
Back
Sir
was-
Mix-a-Lot.
Yeah.
Yes,
That rocks.
It is one of the best ideas I've ever had.
That was very funny.
Thank you.
Did he ask Sir Mix-a-Lot what county he's from?
Cheyenne.
Bang.
This is very
Oh,
much
he's from
a-
Crete.
This is
Had no
very much
idea.
a
Not from
rural
Crete.
state, urban state type thing.
Oh, 1,000,000%. Man of the suburbs, man of city man.
Nebraska.
Where's
Man of
John from?
Nebraska.
Where's John? You've known John a while. Where's John from?
I have no idea where John is from.
You've never asked about his history?
Ever.
He's lived a life before you, You could
True.
live to learn a little
I
bit.
have no idea where you hail from.
Crete.
I have no idea where you spawned.
My
Where you
mother's womb,
spawned.
Okay.
Ah, gross. What
I was
county's that
talking-
in?
Yeah.
which was in Fremont when I was born.
Your mama's so big,
You're
she's
from
got her own
Fremont?
county.
Yes.
Wow. That's why my buddy
Dodge.
likes you so much.
That's why, yes.
Well, yeah, no, because my buddy is in broadcasting. He's from Fremont.
John's
and he
a free
worships him.
monster. Am I right, everybody?
Yeah,
Oh!
and he
Yeah.
worships John, and now just it makes sense because there are broadcasters from Skokie who are on the radio, which I very much enjoyed. Going I didn't know you're from Fremont.
I am from Fremont.
Birds
Wow.
to a feather.
Fremont.
Did
The
you go?
Mont.
Did you go to Fremont High?
Yes.
Did
Nice.
you announce
The
to the
Alba
Fremont
Gymnasium?
Moo?
No, I did not. The Fremont Moo did not exist when I was in Fremont.
Yeah, come on, Matt. Good
Fremont
questions.
Moo
though.
are still a
Thank you.
very, very
That's-
new phenomenon.
They're a phenomenon.
Well,
Did you ever-
phenomenon
Did
is
you grow
probably
up
the-
dreaming to be a Midland warrior?
I did not.
Mm.
I did not.
Did you ever
Though I
announce
went-
for
though I-
Midland?
No, I did not. Though I did go to some Midland football games. We had a friend of the family who
Yeah.
played there many years ago. I used to go to Midland games and take the radio and listen to the Nebraska game
That rocks.
Good for you.
while watching the Midland game.
Is that
pretty
back when you had to put the boombox on your shoulder, or was that before your
No,
time?
this is tiny baby transistor radio.
Okay,
Oh,
gotcha.
it's the Chicago Transistor Radio.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, the transistor radio. It was great.
Would you
Just
ever?
make sure you have plenty of 9 volts.
Would you ever announce a Midland football game?
Would I would have if,
Ooh. What if they called you today and they
Yeah,
said, John,
John.
we need you.
Full
if you
circle
came to a Midland
moment.
football game.
What if they need you to do
If they-
big Midland overreaction? BMOR.
It'd be like when
that might be a little tough,
it'd be like when a Hall of Fame player goes back to a team because that's where they grew up.
Yeah.
So like if Patrick Kane went back to Buffalo, like he doesn't care about the Sabres other than he grew up over there. That'd be like you announcing for Midland.
I guess it
John,
would.
I would listen to that broadcast.
I would
guess
listen.
it
I
would.
listen to every John Bishop broadcast that has to do with basketball.
That'd be very funny that your stats for non-CWS or Creighton broadcasts would involve third grade girls basketball game and
Yes.
then a Midland
And then
football game.
Midland football.
What a stat.
It would be a good stat.
be a great stat.
I like that. Yeah, no, I've got nothing against Midland. Good school.
No, I'm sure.
Go
I didn't
Midland.
know you're from Fremont. That's
Go
awesome.
Warriors.
They bought the football
You
field.
came off as a Columbus man. Do you take that as
That's
an
Mike
offense?
Schaefer.
Ooh.
You look like you.
I would-
If I
I-
had to guess,
If
go to
this
my
was-
head.
if
That's
this was
actually
30
offensive to
years
people
ago,
from
this would be
Fremont.
fighting words.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
very offensive.
because there's the triangle of hate.
Yes,
There's
Norfolk, Fremont, and Columbus. They
Yeah.
do not like each other. What's the
Oh.
Columbus mascot? Do you know?
What, the Skippers?
No, the Discoverers.
Close.
Come on now.
I knew it had to do with a boat. Actually, I did know
Close.
that
Do you know what the private school is?
of
private
Columbus.
schools.
Yeah, that's true.
Saint Christopher.
No, SCOTUS. They're the
Okay.
Shamrocks.
The only thing
Wait,
Columbus
wait,
discovered was
The
how
Supreme
stupid he
Court of the
was.
United States Shamrocks.
That's two. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Very Catholic.
It was a little
That's what are they? The Fighting Ruth Bader Ginsburg's?
interesting.
Listen, that would rock.
That would rock. That'd
Could you
be
imagine?
awesome.
Just a couple of RGBs on the helmets.
Their mascot is
It
Elton
just-
Archie
it just
with a
hurt
big
for-
head.
I don't think the people in Columbus would be fans of this.
If you pitch a shutout, you like sentenced them. That's great. Come on now. That's fantastic.
The judge is in.
Under judicial review.
Every
You
time,
lost.
every time that you have a strikeout, everybody in the crowd bangs a gavel.
Mm.
You know,
You've been sentenced to loss.
You-
Take this L.
you think the cowbells are annoying? Imagine when the Fighting Ruth Bader Ginsburg's get all the gavels going.
Not the
Well,
Discoverers. They could never do something that creative.
No, they
True.
couldn't.
No, they could not.
They could give smallpox to people.
Wow.
Try that in a small box.
By the way, why do you know so much about unions? I was listening to you yesterday, and you were like all into union talk, and I'm
Why
like,
don't you know more about
I was like,
unions?
is Austin a 38-year-old or
No,
is he 20-something?
I listened to Schoolhouse Rock as a child,
It was
so I know a
insane.
lot about
I'm
this.
just a bill.
Different
I'm
song,
only
yeah.
a bill, and I made it to a Capitol Hill.
You have the
We
same.
probably need a new edition of Schoolhouse Rock
Dude,
to introduce us to unions.
Schoolhouse Rock would cure. What if we did Schoolhouse Rock for college sports?
Whoa.
For NIL?
I'm an injunction. What I need to be done is I need to go to the state in which the college football player plays in. I'm then going to be given to an impartial judge who's going to go ahead and make an impartial decision. Wink, wink. Hey, that's what I am. I'm an injunction.
Now, that doesn't rhyme, but you have the right idea.
I do.
We're going down to Injunction Junction.
I'm an NIL contract. I have to first go to the CSC in order to be approved.
Unless you're Nebraska.
They should do Schoolhouse Rock for college. That would be so much easier.
I would hate to be a writer for that, to try to dumb it down enough to make it understandable for kids,
That's
because it's
true.
like, oh, this doesn't make any sense.
I'm an NIL contract. I was
Hi, I'm an NIL deal worth more than $500. I have to be submitted for approval.
I'm
a-
actually going to be worth 5 times more next year at the same time for no reason.
I'm a retroactive JUCO medical red shirt. What that means is that I've retroactively taken away a whole year of eligibility from a player so he can go ahead and play for an SEC school.
I'm a 7th-year quarterback. I've been playing since 2019.
I have no desire to hang out with people my own age.
Oh, my friends are 19. I'm 26.
I'm an NDA.
And I'm Brian Kelly. All right, Brian. All right. I love the Mountain West. I'm Brian Kelly. All right. All right.
I'm the
Okay,
Texas
Brian.
A&M dog.
Okay.
You leave the dog out of this thing.
Which one?
I'm Brian Kelly. Please, no scaffolding.
Also, we have a tweet from Joel. Joel says, what a shame Matt McMaster doesn't know about the utopia of Hooker County.
Hooker County?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a utopia.
That sounds like some
Isn't
Big
the,
Ten
isn't
executive's
the
favorite
county
place to go.
number of that county 69?
It would
Nice.
be, yes.
Yes.
That is,
That is a true story.
I can also report that the NDOT has confirmed to me many years ago, so the stats way out of line.
Right.
But that the Hooker County, like "Welcome to Hooker County" sign, is the most stolen sign
Oh,
in
wow.
rural Nebraska.
That makes sense.
Did they,
yeah.
they hosted Big Ten Media Days out there one time?
in Hooker County.
It's like mile marker 69 and a lot of places are
So
also stolen a
you would
lot.
actually know this, that the county seat Mullen in Hooker County has this vast and beautiful golf course that many very famous people will fly in privately to
Yeah,
play.
the Sandhill. Right. Sandhill
Yes.
Club?
Oh.
Yeah. So one of my good friends from college was a caddy there during high school and whatever, and it's very hard to do because you have to be very secretive about the people who come and all
Right.
that stuff. He got
Make
to caddy
a lot of money.
Yes, he got to caddy every single year for Peyton Manning, who would fly in
So
and do that. So I always thought that was very unique. But then I always wondered, how are they getting there? Like, where are they flying in? Like into the private local airport of Mullen? I've never figured that out.
Is there even a landing strip in Mullen, or do they fly into
other than
North
Crop
Platte?
Duster?
They probably fly
I have
into
no
North
idea.
Platte, don't they?
That
And
has
just
to be
drive up.
Yeah, that probably has to be the only choice.
How far
Probably
is that
something
drive?
to do with the Denver airport.
How far is
the
that drive?
Illuminati?
Yeah.
North Platte to Mullen's about what, 40 miles?
I don't know. I think it's longer than that.
Could
I want to
you-
say it's at least over an hour.
Could you
Is it?
believe that they have a runway just specifically for VIPs close to the golf
I
course?
could
That many
totally-
people are going there.
I could totally believe that.
But
An
the
hour
problem
and
with that
9
is
minutes.
technically hour and 9. Okay.
An hour
But
and 9.
the problem is, I mean, you got to have air traffic, and not that you
Yes.
have a lot of air traffic
Yeah,
there, but you have to have
yes, that is
something.
true.
Well, you
Yeah.
can
You have to have
you can
some
still
kind
have
of ground support.
You can
That-
still have
yes.
private runways though.
That is true. So, and what you're saying too, John, my grandparents have their house overlooking all the Jacobson land in Custer County. And
Everything the light touches.
that's pretty much it. But the house is so high up that the private local airport in Broken Bow told them they had to put a red light on top of their house. My grandmother, who is very, very, traditional, did
Yeah.
not like having her house have a red light on top
Oh,
because that meant, Matt,
The devil.
It meant that there may be prostitutes there.
Oh, red light district.
Yes,
I
there
thought you were
go.
going to make a great Gatsby joke.
No.
It's like he sees the green light across the bay.
According to
Daisy.
airnav.com,
Thank you,
there
Aaron.
is a Hooker County airport.
Wow.
Wow.
1
Thanks,
mile
airnav.com.
west of Mullen, private use, permission required plant prior to landing.
Oh, I was right.
So I'm guessing, yes, that's
they have
probably
to
where
use
they
that
went.
one. There's no way Peyton Manning's going to drive an hour to go golf
Nick
after being on a
fact.
plane.
That
That wasn't a Nick fact. I was actually right.
That's fun.
Nick fact. We should make that.
A
We should
Nick
make
fact-
a draft.
A Nick fact is
Nick
a
fact.
fact that's kind of right. But
Nick
I was fully
fact.
There's
right.
probably more famous people that go through the Hooker County airport than go through the
Omaha.
Epley airfield.
That's a great.
Can
topic
we
alert.
can we get you to be the official voice of the Omaha Epley Airfield construction plan?
Sure.
You need to
Make
go
it
to-
to your next flight.
You need to go to gate 3.
Flight UA 326 takes off in 13 minutes. Keeps your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times.
Plane lands.
This
Plane
isn't-
lands. Plane lands. Plane lands.
That's a 5 points bank, 3-point touchdown. Back wheels, front wheel. All
The
three
gate
on
is
ground.
set. The gate's set. It was set. It had 2 wheels down like the Statue of New York, New York. The gate's set.
That would be fun.
Hey, everybody. We're here to tell you that we've actually overfueled the plane, so we're going to have to burn that off for about the next 40 minutes. Horse scrap call. That's a horse scrap call.
All right. Well,
Good times.
Good times.
I'm out of breath.
Wow. What a fun crossover.
What a
Thanks,
It was a
Matt.
fun
Matt.
crossover. Thank you, man.
And Matt, you learned something today. You can take that back home.
I remember. Well, you know what? I'll never forget Hooker County.
Oh, you know
Never
what?
forget.
As we
69.
leave, Matt, nice.
69 County.
Where am I from?
Somewhere in Bumble, you know what, Iowa.
Kinda.
Yeah.
That's not a location, though.
I don't care about Iowa. I don't
I
care.
don't think about you.
I don't. It's not Thursday. It's not Thursday,
You're
guys.
not Indiana.
It's not
Sorry,
Thursday.
Nick.
Sorry,
my
Nick.
bad.
You're not Indiana. All right.
Where in Iowa are you from? I
I'm
don't mean to be
revoking your
rude.
Casey's privileges. I can do that as an
Oh my
Iowan.
God! What will I ever do?
Well, your
Where will I
breakfast
find
sucks
great pizza? I'm from Chicago. What am I going to do with Casey's now gone?
Chicago have good breakfast pizza.
We don't need good breakfast pizza because we have all the other pizzas.
Sounds like someone's in denial.
No. That's
a
in
river
Egypt.
In Egypt. Come on.
Nice.
Everyone knows that.
Besides, Chicago style pizza for breakfast is called a quiche.
Yes.
Bang. How did you know that Denial was a river in Egypt, but you didn't know that Lancaster County and Lincoln were one and the same?
When I took history in grade,
crazy.
when I took history
How
in
much-
grade
no, no,
school,
no, no,
we
no, no, no,
talked
no,
about
hold on.
the
Wait.
Nile River.
No.
We didn't talk about Lincoln and Lancaster County.
No, answer this to me. How much time in your life, just roughly, you can estimate it as much
Yeah.
as you want, have you spent in Egypt?
0 minutes.
And how much time of your life have you spent in Lincoln and Lancaster County?
4 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. The more you know.
The more you do know, but I knew it was Lancaster County.
Well, that's all right. We'll get a Schoolhouse Rock to teach you the counties of Nebraska and where they're all located.
I'm Rick Pitino.
We've got Odo and Saunders and Lancaster. See, we can get it for you.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
There's your crossover. We'll be back. Busy show today. Lots of good guests and more on 1620 The Zone.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, are you ready to celebrate?
On what?
Humanity?
Yes.
There are many humans that are in Chicago this week.
Like Big Tone?
Like Big Tone himself.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Do we think that Chicago's okay with all these giants from the rest of the Midwest invading their city?
I hope they are. I hope they are. Because they're going to have to deal with it for the next 3 days. Welcome to the beginning of Big Ten Media Days.
What's your favorite Big Ten Media Day tradition?
My favorite Big Ten Media Days tradition is when the conference does the absolute bare minimum it can to promote the upcoming season. I'm not a big list guy, okay? I think the whole list, society has gotten out of hand.
Except for our list that we do at the end of the year. That we read. That's
Well,
a great list.
I'm talking about the list of let's rank the 15 best quarterbacks returning in this year in college football, or the 47 best safeties. Because we like to pick random numbers. We like arbitrary numbers.
Arbitrary!
But it's the reason for those things is to help promote the season. So it used to be tradition that, okay, it's conference media days. Let's give you the first and second team, all conference team. The Big Ten said, no, we're not doing that. Instead, we're going to be like a bunch of guys drinking beers around a campfire, and we're just going to randomly name dudes.
Yeah, you remember that Ohio State quarterback? What does he wear, 10? That's got to be like JT Thomas or something like that, I think. What was it? Well, yeah. And he's got a couple receivers. We like them.
Yeah. So that's what the Big Ten does. They just randomly name dudes. So
yeah, that was an interesting email to get in the middle of the day. Earlier this morning when they just sent out, I thought it was a new like wave of information we actually needed. And all it actually legitimately was just a list of people who will play in the Big Ten this fall.
It basically is. They say a media panel. They probably got all their friends from, the Chicago Tribune and the Athletic. And Chicago! Can you just sit around a campfire drinking a beer and just start naming Big Ten dudes? And once you get to 12, we'll just stop it right there.
Yeah.
So congratulations to the 12 who all got mentioned.
The 12. Also known as the Big Ten Power Rangers.
2 from Rutgers.
That's crazy.
Rutgers, who's universally picked to finish close to last.
I don't know this off the top of my head, but is the list that they gave out today the same as the top 12 rating of the college football playoff game or the college football video game? Because that
I don't know, but that would be funny.
I first knew about the great Rutgers players that are on the roster this year, and I was like, oh, the Rutgers team apparently are great.
That actually would be funny if they just went to the not Madden, but the EA Sports game. And just said, all right, who are the 12 highest rated players on the EA Sports video game? And that's going to be the 12 we're going to put on this list. But yes, 2 players from Rutgers, KJ Duff and Antoine Raymond. And Nebraska thinks they're just going to waltz in there to East New Brunswick or whatever the town is that they come from. And just going to walk all over us. Oh, no, because we've got 2 guys who were named on the list.
That's right. It's not 2020 anymore, John. You can't just walk into Rutgers and expect to come out alive. Be careful about it.
I'm trying to remember the last time a Nebraska guy made their list.
The preseason 12 guys on a list.
Just we're gonna list a bunch of drunk guys list.
Ooh, that's a good question.
Grum down time. Happy
down.
Big Ten Media Days. We are gonna celebrate in style with noted Chicagoan and Big Ten expert Mike Farron.
Whoa, that Mike Farron?
That Mike Farron.
Is he going to break down Northwestern for us?
We'll find
Do
out.
I even
Is he
need
a
to find
Chip
a
Kelly
Northwestern
fan?
guest?
Is he a Chip Kelly fan? We'll find out.
Ooh.
Even more celebration of Big Ten Media Days. Michael Brunts of Husker247.com.
The celebration!
Is he there?
That's a good question.
I guess we'll find out.
I hope he is, because this is his favorite bit of Big Ten Media Days when it's in Chicago, because it is shot at the same hotel that was the site of the penultimate scene in The Fugitive.
Oh, I was going to guess The Fugitive to be funny. That's hilarious
Yes.
that I was correct.
I don't care!
I should have
Yes.
said it. I
Yes.
should have said it.
Now that happened inside the dam, but yes, we'll
This is where
find
they
out.
found the one-armed man.
This is where the one-armed man was captured.
Spoilers for The Fugitive.
Even more celebration. We're going to hear from Tone.
We love Tone.
Tone is going to be on today.
That guy rocks.
We're like tone deaf, am I right, fellas?
well, just because he doesn't talk very often, Nick, that's mean. He's shy.
It feels like they overcompensated a little bit. I don't remember Tone being on stage this long as he was this year.
How long did we get him?
I think he was up there for at least 35 minutes. It was basically the length of an average Matt Rule Monday press conference.
A podcast episode?
Yeah.
That too?
Still even more celebration of
Wow.
Big Ten Media Days by talking to Jordan Hill, who doesn't cover the Big Ten. He covers the Georgia Bulldogs for Dogs247.
The Dogs.
Not enough celebration. Super hot take market today.
Woo!
We're going to find out if Austin has any items for shopping at the super hot take market.
Oh boy, does he. I've never messed this up.
Greatest celebration of all, Steve Sipple. Can we celebrate my Bracket Busters idea?
Whoa, we'll get to it.
And celebrating new black alternate uniforms?
In which sport, John?
Football.
Whoa.
You know, this is the week where everyone seems to be putting out all their uniform stuff.
Well, that's just
We'll have
because
more
of
of that today.
that's just because of all of the new little logos and brands. They're not new uniforms.
This has been the fun new development of today, is every announcement trumping the previous announcement of uniform sponsors. So earlier today, Ohio State announced that they were going to be sponsored by JP Morgan Chase. You know, very lucrative, one of the richest banks in America. And they were going to get like $17 million for it.
Yep.
And then I get here to the zone here early this afternoon, and I see that Notre Dame is going to have SoFi as their sponsor, and it's announced as the most valuable jersey sponsorship deal at an average of $18 to $20 million. So goodbye, Ohio State. You're now second place.
Whose house?
But then, not to be outdone,
Oh no. There's another one. There's always a bigger
Michigan
fish.
is entering a new partnership with something called Palantir Technologies.
It's a data firm.
Oh, that's great.
It's
Thanks,
a super.
Michigan.
They have all your data now, so you can't trash talk Michigan anymore.
Well,
Dang it.
guess what?
What?
They're now sponsoring Michigan for $35 million a year.
Woo!
I expect by the end of the day, somebody is going to have a jersey sponsorship deal announced that will be for infinity dollars.
I'm going to say it's Alabama next. Crimson Tide, get ready to learn about Amazon Prime.
Oh, my gosh.
That means Arkansas has to put Walmart on there, right? Just get a
I
little
think
sunshine.
they already did.
Did they? Okay. I might be behind.
I know they put, it was either that or something else on their field. I thought Arkansas announced something.
Matthew in chat says Michigan's owned by Israel now? Question mark.
Oh,
Interesting.
political joke.
Well, we know they won't be playing in New York anytime soon.
Whoa.
402-951-1620, Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. If you want to get in touch with us today, you can also tweet at us at
Oh, no.
USC 1620, the Liquid Trucking Zone Twitter feed.
John, it appears you may have fallen for a fake Twitter account.
Oh, is that a fake?
It was a satire. Oh,
Oh,
no,
was
John, no. Trust your sources. No.
But what does that say about where we are as a society?
That's right.
That is a believable thing.
Well, you know, sometimes the new generations are just falling for that AI slop. You understand that, Nick?
Huh. Okay.
So once again, the crown remains with Notre Dame.
This look. I mean, it looks kind of official. He claims to be a reporter. I guess he's not. Okay.
Oh no!
Now
He's realized.
Now I see some of the other tweets.
That's tough. That ain't good.
Thankfully, I did not get duped by this account on July 21st. Scoop: LSU is shutting down athletic facilities for the remainder of the week during an explosive diarrhea outbreak. Men's basketball coach Will Wade had to be rushed off the court during a summer workout earlier today.
And yet, if they would have tweeted that same thing within the last month, that would have been believable because of all the diarrhea people have now.
All the diarrhea people.
All right, well, never mind. Michigan, you're still a poor.
That's right.
Sorry.
But you can still contend for Amazon Prime later.
You could.
I'd like to see Nebraska sponsored by HBO Max.
I did not realize. I even looked into the profile and I was like, this looks legit. This looks
That's
like
how they
it's
get
okay.
you. Did you know? I found this out the other day. The Coach Rex Ryan official, the one that tweeted like the Ella Langley tweet, that's not him. That's a fake account.
Really?
Yeah, I found that out the other day. It has no affiliation to Rex Ryan.
Remember when it was easy to know what was a real verified user on Twitter?
Oh,
and
boo.
who wasn't?
This guy misses Twitter. Get with X, the everything app. Come on now.
I refuse.
We love X.
Oh, well.
It was still a good joke, John. It was a good joke.
At least it wasn't something worse.
You're right.
It was only Michigan's uniform. Now they can go back to being, I don't know, sponsored by X-Lax.
Barstool Sports.
Barstool's. Actually, that would make sense.
Mm-hmm. I don't think
given who Mr. Barstool is.
I was going to say I don't think Barstool has the money to contend.
They probably don't.
They'd be going with the pores.
They probably don't. Also, email. You can email the Grum Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. We'd love to hear from you as well. So a lot to come today here on the Grum, and we're going to start our celebration of Big Ten Media Days with Mike Farron. Talk a little baseball.
Dang.
Yankees in trouble again. Next on 1620 The Zone. And we're joined by our good friend Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Radio, on the road this week in beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Home
As you can
of the
see, that's
Creighton-
where my lair is.
Yes, it's a beautiful lair. For those lot watching in on the stream, the lighting makes it look very ominous. Plus, your hair
Yes.
today is very.
Yeah, I know.
It almost looks like your head is a pencil eraser.
Yeah.
Of some
I really do have that feeling like I'm doing a late night horror film show on a public access program.
Sven Gooley.
Yes.
It's Sven Farron.
Yeah. This is cousin of Sven Gooley. That's who I am. Yeah,
or
that's
to
it.
bring it to an Omaha level, he's the Dr. Sanguinary of 2026. That was always my favorite. Creature Feature was what we had here.
Oh,
And
man.
after Saturday Night Live, it was tremendous.
Yeah, Sven Gooley was it. And then son of Sven Gooley.
And
Which-
son
Son of Sven Gooley, who is now just Sven Gooley. They took the son away from him. So
Well, at this point, Sven Gooley might be playing outfield for the New York Yankees because Aaron Judge is still out, and Bellinger is now out with a hamstring injury. I know the Yankees won last night, but given their situation in the outfield and not knowing yet, when we're going to see Judge, how long it's going to be for Bellinger, does this change the Yankees' approach here over the next 10 days or so before the deadline?
I don't know if it changes it so much as it puts into clearer focus that offense needs to be something that they address. I mean, they're also without Giancarlo Stanton, who they don't have a clear timeline on
True.
who's going to come back. So, I mean, you're talking about three of their best hitters. I would assume that they're going to address that. I mean, it certainly feels like that's one of the things that they need. They've been looking for a right-handed bat who can play on the left side of the infield. They can upgrade a lot of spots. They can upgrade shortstop. They can upgrade plenty of places. I think they're one of the spots that if they wanted to upgrade short, Zach Neto sounds like he might be available from the Angels, and he would be a great fit for them. So, they have a lot of options, I think, open to them because they can, I think they're a really good team when they're healthy. But, Chisholm is pretty well set at second, and you've got Rice and Goldschmidt at first, and their catching situation could be upgraded, their shortstop could be upgraded, their third baseman could be upgraded, at least in a platoon with McMahon. Ryan McMahon's not a great offensive player, but he's a really good defender. Trent Grisham's going to lock down one of the outfield spots, but otherwise they have a lot of opportunities. So I think offense is absolutely something that they need to address, and I think that they will.
They're in a unique spot because while they trail in the division, the American League, the rest of the American League is so weak that they're 6.5 games clear of the last wild card spot. So at the moment, they're pretty comfortably in. So even though they are so banged up, they can really kind of focus this, whatever they decide to do, on what is best for their postseason, not necessarily for their playoff positioning, right?
I think that's the way most teams are looking at the trade deadline is how do you build your roster for October? And I think that that's why there's so little activity this early for those teams that are stuck in the middle, right? The Washington trade was an interesting one, right? And that you had two kind of long-term pieces that were swapped for each other in Curtis Meade going to Boston for Connolly early. And so, I think that's part of what the issue is that those teams that know that they're going to be in are the ones that are going to make the most aggressive moves rather than just getting a chance to play, in a 3-game series and see what happens. So Milwaukee, the Dodgers, the Yankees, I would say probably the Rays at this point, are the teams that are the most likely to add impact. Just because they're the teams that feel like they have the clearest path to the postseason and that it's all but guaranteed for them. So that's generally the way the trade deadline has changed as we've expanded the playoff format is, do you want to push in too many chips to get one chance at a wild card round where you might get knocked out? Or would you rather do that knowing that you're likely going to skip break to the division series and that increases your odds of winning the whole thing? That's the way they operate. Whether that's right or wrong, I mean, I would love to see all teams be aggressive at the trade deadline to try and win, but I think, for better or for worse, that's the way that most teams are looking at it.
You mentioned the Boston trade with Washington early for Meade. What did you make of that deal?
Yeah, I think Connolly early got a lot of attention because he started a playoff game last year, and we saw him at Virginia. He's fine. Like, he's a
Yeah.
good pitcher. But he's kind of more like a number 4 type starter, and Meade has had a really good prospect pedigree. Curtis Meade was traded by the Phillies to the Tampa Bay Rays for Christopher Sanchez. And for a long time, the feeling was, Sanchez might be a reliever. The Rays really won this deal. They got a top 100 prospect. Then they both made the big leagues, and it's flipped, right? So Meade had prospect pedigree. He's always been a good hitter. He hadn't always hit for power, and that's something that Washington helped him tap into. Actually, he gave a lot of credit to the White Sox, too, for helping him when he was there for that short time last year and this offseason, getting ready for this year to be able to tap into it. They just didn't have a good fit for him with as many, right-handed corner bats as they have. There just wasn't a spot for Meade. So I think he's, got a chance to play in a ballpark that's really good for right-handed pull hitters. I think he's added into the power. I think there's questions about what his defense is. And I think you probably had like an average to slightly above major league starting pitcher traded for an average to slightly above major league regular, who both are going to be on their teams for a long period of time. So I think it was interesting in that regard, but I think that it's not a needle mover in terms of the impact that either of those guys have.
In the National League, the Phillies are in a unique spot too. While they're not leading the division, certainly they're in a good shape for the moment.
No, I wouldn't say they're in that good of shape. They're only 2 games ahead of Arizona and Pittsburgh for the second wild card spot.
Right.
So, and they're that spot is way more precarious, I think, than people realize.
But as we project ahead, assuming that they are going to be in the playoffs, you've got 3 really good starters at the top of that rotation: Wheeler and Sanchez and Luzardo. And so while everyone right now, from the Cubs to the Brewers to the Yankees, maybe not as much the Yankees, but certainly the Dodgers, who are always looking for pitching, the Phillies aren't necessarily at the top of the starting pitching food chain, are they, when it comes to what they decide to do?
Yeah, they have some pretty pronounced needs. Aaron Nola hasn't been very good, so they could use to upgrade the 4th spot in their rotation. They need bullpen help, and they need outfielders. But here's the thing that I would say is I do not think it is presumptive that the Phillies are going to make the playoffs. That's an old roster who's had 3 guys that have really produced for them all season offensively. 2 of them, they're stars, and Harper and Schwarber, although Harper's had a rough July. And Brandon Marsh has been the other who started the All-Star game. He's been very good. They have 3 starting pitchers who've been good, as you mentioned. They also have 2 relievers that have been good. Well, that's 8 guys that you're basically carrying the day. Trey Turner hasn't had a good season, although he's ticked up a little bit of late. JT Realmuto isn't the same guy that he was. Alec Boehm is Alec Boehm. Justin Crawford has played a decent enough center field, but he's not a good offensive player. Bryson Stott's fine. They don't have as much. I don't think they have as much prime level talent as they did a couple of years ago. And that puts them in a much more precarious situation. They also, despite all of the run that they've made to get back to competition, they've been outscored on the season. And that is usually an indicator of where a team is going forward. So I think that they have some pretty significant needs. I think they have the executive who is most likely to address those with Dave Dombrowski. There's a reason he's going to go to Hall of Fame. He's taken 4 different franchises to the World Series, or 3 different franchises to the World Series, 4 different to the playoffs. But I would not say that it's a fait accompli at this point that Philadelphia makes the postseason.
We already knew the Cubs were in need of starting pitching, but then yesterday, Jameson Taillon got DFA'd. He'd given up, I think, 315 home runs this year. He really got rocked, especially coming back from injury. Did that move yesterday kind of tip the hand that maybe a big acquisition could be in the offing for Chicago?
I just think that they need something better, right? So Taillon's going to be a free agent after the year. The ERA is at 5.5 on the season. I think they did it yesterday because they have 7 days to trade or release a player, right? When you designate for assignment, and the trade deadline's next Monday. So I think that they're looking to upgrade that spot. I think they've been looking to upgrade that spot in the rotation. I don't know that they're going to end up having the horses to be able to pull off a deal for a major rental, but Like I'm going to leave Scooble to the side now just because I think we still need to see, like, they're going to work on both things, but Detroit still has 2 games left this week with Baltimore and 3 more with the A's. And if it's not inconceivable if they win all 5 of those and then they're not trading Scooble. You know what I mean? Like, it's,
Yep.
I don't want to put a fork in the Tigers right now, although it feels like losing the series of Kansas City over the weekend was tough. So, like, could they go after a Gossman? Yeah, I think the Cubs certainly would be in that mix. Are they going to be interested in a Reed Detmers, who's controllable for a couple more years? Yeah, I think that's a really good fit. And we heard, I think both Chicago teams are interested in him. So that's kind of the way I would look at it for the Cubs. Is it's just more about the fact that they needed better performance from that spot in Tyone. I don't know that it means a big move is coming. I think right now they feel like maybe Aaron Savali can fill that effectively enough, but they're going to address starting pitching for the deadline without a doubt, and bullpen. And I think their offense is pretty good, so I think that they're going to improve that part of the roster, and then we'll see what happens.
Detroit 6 back. They have the 5th best scoring differential in the American League at plus 25, even though they trail 2 teams who are in the negative when it comes to scoring differential. I mean, we've been wondering about Detroit really all season long. If this was going to be the year they were either going to push it in and they were going to contend, or if they were going to pull back, Scooble gets traded. I'm curious, does the win, assuming that Scooble gets traded, the win, how much does that affect the rest of the market? Like, if it happens if it happens this weekend and there's a couple of days left before the deadline, does that affect the market dramatically, or is the market for him so finite right now with the teams that would really pay the premium to get him that it may not have as much of an impact down ballot, if you will, in the trade market?
I think it could. I mean, I think that there's always the chance, if a player like that is acquirable, that it's going to take the focus of teams like the Brewers, the Rays. I realize that those do not sound like the teams would normally be going after Scooble, but they absolutely are. I think the Dodgers are weird because they're just going to hang around, right? Like they're loitering outside the gas station, waiting to see if they can get a deal on somebody reselling smokes. Like, that's basically what they're doing. They'll acquire Scooble. Like, they don't need him, but they would do it if they get him at his price and there's nobody else left at the end. So it's going to be on those other teams it's incumbent on them to be aggressive enough to get him if he is available. But yeah, it could bog down the market if there's enough teams that are interested in it. I just think that there are going to be a number of teams that are shopping because they don't have the prospect capital or don't have the financial resources they feel like are available, or don't necessarily have a need for a guy that anchors the top of the rotation, although I'm sure everybody would love to have Tarek Scooble. I think that those are the teams that are going to be much more aggressive in trying to acquire him than what you see with most other squads. And like, there's always going to be those rental guys that are available that are more in the Freddie Peralta or Kevin Gossman category.
We keep waiting. I follow the Rams, obviously a team that will just, F them picks. They'll make the big trade when they have to. We've seen it in the past with the Dodgers. They'll make the big trade when they have to. The Brewers have been that team that, they rely on their depth. They rely on their foundation, their farm system, and they just keep plugging along. Could this be actually a moment, a kind of a make or break moment for a Matt Arnold to say, F them prospects, we're going after Scooble? Because of all the teams that really could, would really be in the market for him, they seem to have like the best gathering of prospects, don't they? To make a really attractive Patrick.
Yeah, they have a really good system, and it's good enough that they can keep their top couple of players off limits. Like, they're not going to trade Jesus Made, and they probably aren't going to trade Luis Pena, but they have a number of other players that are going to be of extreme interest, and they have pitching. Like, if you're trying to acquire Scooble, I would think that either Brandon Sproat or Logan Henderson is a pretty good starting spot for it, and those are both starters that are on your major league roster. I think there is a ton of depth of position players in their organization and guys that are in the upper levels. I think Josh Adamczewski is a kind of a perfect fit for the Tigers as a guy who plays a ton of different positions and can hit. You could look at Andrew Fisher, who's got a 30-plus homer season in the minor leagues. Blake Burke, who's a former first rounder, right? Both of them played at Tennessee. Like, those are guys that I think absolutely would be, interesting to teams that if you're Milwaukee, you're probably, you don't love dealing them, but you're more willing to than a truly elite level player like Made is. So yeah, I think that they're in this perfect storm right now where they have a team that's capable of winning the pennant. They'd like to make them more Dodger proof, and they have the prospect capital to be able to move that doesn't end up depleting your system to the point where you feel like you're shutting your competitive window early. I think they're incredibly well positioned to be able to make a big splash, whether it's Scooble or somebody else.
Final one. I actually had this saved for a couple of weeks, but Howie Rose, the voice of the Mets, the Hall of Famer who's retiring this year, he tweeted something I thought was interesting. And maybe some of this was, just being a frustrated follower of the Mets. But he said, if Major League Baseball is really going to add 2 more teams in a few years, there had better be life on Mars if they're supposed to come up with another 45 to 50 big league pictures.
Yeah, I think he's full of it. I'm sorry. I thought
is that just coming from I've seen the Mets for 100 games?
No, I think it comes from, like, everybody thinks baseball's better when they're 12 years old. Like, I'm sorry. Like, pitching is not worse than it was. Like, pitching's never been harder to hit. Are there as many, like, skillful command guys? Well, no, because everybody throws harder, because it's like throw strikes with good stuff and you're going to get outs. That's the reality of it. So I don't agree. I saw his comment too, and I don't agree. It is more, I don't want to call it old man shaking fist at clouds. I respect the heck out of Howie. He's a terrific broadcaster and should be in the Hall of Fame, but I just don't agree with him. I don't think that that's the right way to look at it, is that, all of a sudden they can't find, 45 or 50 more, like, anytime you have expansion, it's going to move things down, but it's not like the game is worse than it was. Like, our population is 4 times as much as when there were 8 teams in each league. So, like, come on. Like, I think it's a tired trope.
Well, and who knows? Maybe we could use a little more offense. We could use another run chase.
Yeah, we could. A
race for Bonds' record like we had in '61.
But I'll tell you what. Like, I think that there's a ton of people who just kind of ignore what's going on under the hood. Like, we talked about it with the draft, right? Like, notice that the top half of the first round was all guys who had great in zone contact skills who didn't chase, right?
Yeah.
Teams are cognizant of trying to shut down strikeouts, and the strikeout rate continues to creep downward, right? It's at 22% now, just over 22%, which even with ABS, it's moving down incrementally. It's not like by a ton, but it's moving down. The walk rate is stabilized. The last time we had a walk rate over 9% for a full season, you have to go back to the steroid era. So, like, it's been okay in that regard. Power numbers are down a little bit from where they have been the last couple of years. But then again, like, everything is obscured by the juicy ball year of 2019. And the ball has been a little bit juicier since the beginning of June, and you saw power tick up. So, the hitters get blamed in this too. But, like, I can't tell you how many guys I now write on my lineup card that have 7 pitches that they're throwing, 3 different variations of fastball, 3 different variations of breaking ball. Some of them have 2 different changeups, and their fastball, the average fastball velocity from a right-handed pitcher is 95. And don't listen to any of this crap that it's like, the radar guns are different. We've been tracking with the exact same methodology, different technology as it's evolved, but the same methodology for 20 years. And the average fastball velocity has gone from under 92 to 95.
Wow.
Like, guys are just throwing harder. Like it's a real, and it's bigger, stronger, faster, right? Like nobody says this when a world record gets broken on the 100-meter dash. It's what's going to happen. Guys are going to get bigger, faster, and stronger.
It's all about adjusting. Just got to adjust. And the game always does. All right. Well, enjoy a Primanti's and an icy light tonight and whatever else.
Oh, thank you.
That Pittsburgh has to offer. And
thank you. I'm enjoying the rain that Pittsburgh has to offer right now, which is also one of the features of Pittsburgh, is that when I worked at WGN, the thing we always knew is that there was going to be a rain delay in Pittsburgh. Today feels like our day.
Yes. I love it. All right. Well, have a great trip.
All right.
And we'll talk to you next week.
Tuesday. All right. Bye.
You bet. There he is, Mike Farron, Sirius XM MLB Network Radio. We'll come back. We're going to hear from Tone. Tone spoke today at Big Ten Media Days, and a whole lot more next on 1620 The Zone. A little bird has told me that time is running out to get registered to win a trip for two to see Nebraska volleyball play at Wrigley Field for the very first time in history. It may be ending this week. I would not take my chances, kids. I would go straight to 1620thezone.com right now and get yourself registered because you get 2 tickets to the match, which could end up being sold out, by the way. You get round trip air from Omaha to Chicago. You'll get $150 in spending cash, gift card, and 2-night hotel stay in downtown Chicago. All brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. So go there now, get registered because it's the only way you can win from 1620 The Zone and Union Bank and Trust. You are looking over the Nebraska volleyball schedule while you were completely ignoring Mike Farron in that last segment.
I know. That was really rude of me. I shouldn't have done
rude
that.
of you. I can't believe that you didn't have one thing to say, one nice thing to say.
I'm just really impressed that you were able to get back home and then get back here in time. That was, I mean, pretty good.
It was one of the things we added. We decided against the breakfast nook in the producer studio where Nick should be, and we've turned it into a transportation device.
I do like that.
Star Trek style, though. So what it does is it breaks you down at the molecular level and clones you.
Oh,
so like
you never are the same person.
Are you really still John?
Ooh, good question.
Yes.
It's pretty experimental.
I'm really still the clone of John.
Yeah. But as you were saying, yes, Nebraska volleyball travels nearly 4,000 miles in the first 11 days. So
4,000 miles in 11 days. So they're essentially going across country, and then because isn't a cross country flight like 2,500 miles, or is that seems short?
Sounds right. Is that not? If I just did New York to Los Angeles, that'd be.
I thought it was 2,500 miles. New York to L.A.
New York to L.A. Hold on, distance. Just give me flight prices. That's not helpful. Yeah, 20, just under 28. Yeah.
So basically, they're flying all the way across, the equivalent of all the way across the country,
and then backtracking
and then
halfway.
back almost halfway.
So they're going Lincoln to Arlington, Texas to Las Vegas, Las Vegas to Brookings, South Dakota to Chicago for a weekend, back to Lincoln, and then they'll have home matches after that.
Do these young ladies go to school anymore?
Not at the end of August. Well, and half of them are graduated too.
That is true.
That
I guess you can do this schedule when they're probably most of them have their degrees.
It's one of those fallacies of the student athlete and all that other stuff. But it is interesting. Imagine you are a true freshman and you're probably not going to play in a lot of these like big stake matches, all that sort of stuff. And so you're just popping around and flying in, and you're trying to learn your online classes for the very first time. Gabby DeVito is going to have a very tough time for Nebraska volleyball. She'll be like, I'm just trying to learn Canva. I don't even know what's going on.
Yeah. Well, they do take the academic support staff. Usually every team's got one. I think for volleyball, they might need like 5 of them.
Yeah, that's very true. They're smart.
Or just fly the teachers, which they would be more than happy because then they'd go get to watch free volleyball.
That's a good idea. And there should be plenty of seats, hopefully, available.
They are going to be very, very busy.
And very tired.
Very busy and very, very tired after the first 11 days of the season. We found out Michael Brunt's not joining us this week. So coming up next, we're going to do the Bracket Busters proposal as the Big Ten, of course, opens up their media days, and certainly they want the 2014 playoff. I have an alternate plan. Pray I don't alter it any further. Today, though, is supposed to be. Yeah, I did.
That was good. You snuck that in.
We have been waiting for a long time as YouTube TV subscribers to get access to ESPN Unlimited. Apparently, today is that day where you can now sync up your YouTube TV to get ESPN Unlimited, which means you get everything that ESPN offers, including the WWE pay-per-views.
Wow, I was thinking more Kendrick Perkins. He's my favorite radio analyst.
Yeah, that too.
And now cable is officially returned.
Wow.
We're back. We're just back to cable.
Well, if you take all these little streams and put them together, bundle them up. That's a good idea. We should do that.
Yeah. Now, I have been efforting all day today to try to get this to work. It is not working for me. There's weird little third-party cookie alerts that are coming up, and I've totally unblocked them, but I'm saying I'm blocked. Trying to get all these things to sync up. So If it works for you, if you happen to be a YouTube TV subscriber and you're trying to link up your ESPN Unlimited, let me know if you had any success, because I have not had success yet. But allegedly, that day has arrived.
Okay. I also have YouTube TV, so I'm gonna try this out. We'll see if I can figure it out over the break before John. That would be very fun.
Well, I guarantee you will, because I am running into the same roadblocks everywhere I go, and I have checked every setting. I have looked at every little nook and cranny, and there is something. My phone is not shaking hands.
With shake your hand.
It's not shaking hands with the, it's like a three-way shake of hands. You got YouTube shaking hands with ESPN, shaking hands with my phone. They are not shaking hands.
I don't even know where to go for ESPN Unlimited. I just had to Google it. This is all new to me. I did not know any of this.
Well,
but
you
listen,
do now.
Whatever it takes to get more Kendrick Perkins on my television, that's what I need.
If that's the price you have to pay, I guess. All right, when we come back, as the Big Ten brags about how they want 2014 playoff and more people are starting to follow them, I'm going to revisit an idea that I think was a tremendous idea.
The contract.
No.
Oh.
Different idea, which also might come true someday. Coming up next, and then we'll hear from Tone himself.
Tone.
From Big Ten Media Days on 1620 The Zone. 1620, the golf tournament. Or as the guys in the morning are calling it, 1620, the scramble. Coming to the Metro, Miracle Hills, August 21st. That's a Friday with an 8:30 shotgun start. Get your team registered now. Do it now. Go to 1620thezone.com. Get yourself registered. Sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box. We're going to get you 18 holes of golf, player gifts, complimentary food and beverage, VIP access to the after party at the Phoenix. That's where the Grum will be. And you have a chance to take home $10,000 if you can ace one of the par threes. Brought to you by the Langfeld Overhead Door. Again, 1620, the golf tournament, sponsored by Cutwater and T-Box. August 21st, Miracle Hills. Go to 1620thezone.com today and get yourself registered. We will hear from Tone Petiti. Coming up in the next segment on what he had to say today at Big Ten Media Days. But certainly one of the things that he was asked about quite a bit, and a lot of folks are wondering about, how aggressive is the Big Ten going to continue to be on the 2014 playoff? It was their idea a year ago. 1 year ago, the world was a much more sane place because everyone laughed. They pointed and they laughed. They said, Tone, you're crazy. 2014 is ridiculous. Now, 1 year later, everybody but Greg Sankey is pointing and laughing. And now it seems like a foregone conclusion. What Josh and I have already said, 2014 is coming at some point, despite what we think of it. I had an idea, and the reason I'm bringing this up again is because the playoffs being talked about this week. Also, I was just perusing some of my old ideas to see, this one was a dumb one. Get rid of that. I came across the bracket busters concept. I said, what is the bracket? Oh, that's right. This is my new idea. Because one of the things that the playoff expansionists want to do is create more television inventory.
Yes.
The whole playoff is owned by ESPN, which, by the way, you all approved. Okay. You could have split it up if you wanted to, but instead you said, no, give it all to ESPN. But now Fox wants in. That's what's driving this. It's not so much about the Big Ten wanting more access. Fox is driving this, saying we want access. Well, the bracket buster idea would give you some access. So here's how it works. Looking at making here's the why. Why do this? Make the process more uniform. Every team under every team under consideration will play 13 games. One of the issues we have right now with the current form of the playoff is that you have some teams that have a conference championship game, so they have 13 games, whereas the at-large teams, like Miami last year, only played 12, or Notre Dame only plays 12. Well, the bracket buster solves that. And here's how. Here's how. Also, another reason as to the why. If you go to 24, you get rid of the conference championship games. Now, some people are for that. But why else do we have conferences if we're not going to crown a conference champion? I don't want to necessarily get rid of the conference championship games because you still have a league champion, and I still think you want automatic access for those conference champions. So here's how it's going to work. Okay. Those are some of the reasons why. So at the end of the regular season, we match up the conference championship games like usual, even with your stupid tiebreakers. After those matchups are established, then the top 4 rated teams who aren't locked into a conference championship game will host a bracket buster game the same weekend, right? The same weekend. So let's say, for example, last year, I believe Oklahoma will be one of the teams. In fact, I've got a mock bracket here of what it would look like. Yeah, Oklahoma, for example, was the number 8 team in the penultimate playoff poll.
So teams that are not included in conference championship weekend.
So
okay,
you just look at the rankings. You look at the rankings. Okay, you match up your conference championship games. Then the top 4 rated teams by the committee who aren't locked into a conference championship game, they get to host a bracket buster.
What about Army and Navy? Or is that an automatic bracket buster game?
Well, That's another story for another day.
Correct.
May have to do something different with that.
Don't worry about it.
And then you're matching up those top 4 rated teams with the next 4 rated teams that are not locked into a conference championship game. So they go on the road.
Now, do you make these conference against conference foe, or does it matter? It's just whoever's on the bubble?
We'll try to do our best to avoid rematches.
Okay.
Right?
Good to know.
Try to avoid rematches.
Okay.
So in case like an 8 who's playing a 12, it's, let's say it's Oregon and Ohio State, and they already played in the regular season. Maybe we flip-flop, the 11 and the 12. But we want to avoid rematches because we want to give the committee clear data points. Then you take those extra 4 games, and you sell those off to a network. And it could be TNT, it could be Fox, it could be whoever wants them. And so your conference championship weekend is conference championship games and your bracket buster. Then after that weekend is done, the committee goes into the bunker and they pick the teams for the playoff. Everyone's got 13 data points. That's under consideration. Everyone's got 13 data points. You got your conference champion winners. They're already going in. And in this proposal, it's an 8-team playoff, right? So technically the playoff actually starts conference championship game weekend.
Okay.
So here's how it would have looked last year.
It makes it a part of the playoff.
Correct.
So it's essentially an opening round, but the conference championship game winners and losers aren't necessarily punished.
They're not punished.
Okay.
So for example, last year, your conference championship games were Ohio State, Indiana, Texas Tech, BYU, Virginia, Duke, Georgia, Alabama, and then of course we had to include the SBC and the American Conference because those conferences, because the ACC didn't have a high-ranked team. You had James Madison, Troy, you had Tulane, North Texas. Then you had your bracket buster games. So these would have been the bracket buster games played the same weekend. Oregon, the number 5 ranked team, would have hosted number 14 Vanderbilt. The number 6 ranked team, Ole Miss, would have hosted Texas. They did not play in the regular season. So they're in the same league, but they didn't play in the regular season, so they can match up. If they had played in the regular season, we probably just would have flip-flopped Vanderbilt and Texas, right? Because we're trying to avoid rematches. Texas A&M, number 7, would have hosted number 12 Miami.
That happened.
In the actual playoff. And number 8 Oklahoma would have hosted Notre Dame.
So if you take
Notre Dame is in.
So if you take this more as this is the first round of the playoff, right?
It's the first round. It's kind of the first round because what happens is then all of these games are played and then the committee goes back into the room and they pick the 8 teams, right? And of course, those teams would have been, and I highlighted them, the winners of the games were, of course, Indiana, Texas Tech, James Madison, Duke, Georgia, Tulane. Now, Duke's not getting in because we're taking the top 4, or is it top? Yeah, we're taking the top 4 conference champions. Duke wouldn't have been in there, right? So it would have been Tulane that would have snuck in. So Indiana's in, Texas Tech is in, Georgia's in, Tulane is in. They're the 4 automatic qualifiers. Then you're picking four at-large teams after the results of all of these games. So, for example, Ohio State. Ohio State's probably not going to get punished. They'll drop, but they won't drop that far. So the bracket would have probably looked something like this. You would have had Indiana, the 1 seed versus the 8 seed Tulane, the number 2 seed Georgia versus the number 7 seed Notre Dame, the number 3 seed Texas Tech versus number 6 seed Texas A&M, number 4 seed Oregon versus number 5 Ohio State. I was assuming, I know Miami beat Texas A&M, but for the purposes of this exercise, I just said Texas A&M won. But if Miami had won, then you've got an interesting argument, right? Because now Miami's kind of in the conversation, Notre Dame's in the conversation. But I think this is a way you can keep the playoff manageable, but you can also eliminate the conversation over unequal data points. Notre Dame, if they wanted to be considered, has to be in a bracket buster game every year because they won't have a conference championship.
Yeah.
And if they're rated high enough, well, they're going to be in a bracket buster game. And these other teams that miss out on conference championship weekend, but they're high enough rated, they'll be in a bracket buster game. And you can have a nice, neat playoff. You can add more. You're adding more games to conference championship weekend. I know they'll never do it, but I think it's kind of a fun concept that adds a little more intrigue and tries to equalize the field in the sense that we're no longer measuring teams that played 13 games versus teams that played 12. And we answer the Notre Dame question as well.
I think it is interesting because we are going to go full circle in this moment here sooner or later, and it's going to be later, that the conference championship games will once again matter as long as they stick around, because they see it as a significant television marketing opportunity. Because, I mean, you've been watching conference championship games for a lot longer than I have. It's been one of those things that you can see it telecast and broadcasted the final few weeks of November, where they say, tune into the SEC championship game on CBS, and it's going to be this big production, and who will make it to so-and-so location. And, you know, that's part of the promotion that they put on Fox and on ESPN and such, is watch this conference championship game. Eventually, that is going to come back full circle, and they will say, hey, look, these matter again. And this is one way to do it. I don't hate the thought, and it's not something I haven't seen before, where someone has said, make the conference championships games the first round of the postseason, especially if more often than not, you're taking the top two teams in the conference. That's actually like the bracket busters term makes it a little bit more confusing.
It's a very much a basketball term.
But again, the more you look at it and you're just like, this is the first round, is the top two teams from all of your conferences and the wild card non-repeated matchups that we can decipher or reassess. And basically, listen, I'm for taking a lot of this out of committee's hands and just saying what happened on the field mattered. These are the teams that are in, and then the committee has less decisions to make over the entirety, because that's another conversation when we get to the committee rankings, is they're trying to pit best television matchup. They're trying to pit teams against teams that haven't seen each other. Who have we already seen play each other? All that sort of stuff. I like the thought that the play on the field matters the most and takes it out of those decision makers' hands, that then when they reseed or whatever the case may be after that, it's basically, you know, we have our field, here's how you have to put them. And it feels a little bit more, or I should say, like less arbitrary and more factual in where you're putting everything.
For those who just absolutely hate the idea of having a committee of any kind,
welcome to the BCS.
You're never, at least in college sports, unless you are pro Super League, which I am not. I don't want a Super League, because where do you draw that line? Who's getting left out? And there's going to be a lot of programs left out. If you're going to still have as many programs as you have, whether it's in basketball, volleyball, football, whatever, the only way you're going to keep a committee out of it is if you structure it exactly like the NFL.
Yeah. Yep.
That's not going to happen.
Because what part of the NFL postseason involves, or any of the professional sport leagues, but the NFL, because it's football to football, what part of them involve anyone? I mean, they have tiebreakers too. I think the 30th degree.
It's just a formula.
Like, yes, it goes all the way down the list. And
exactly.
It was a couple of years ago that I think they were getting into the first downs, like acquired or whatever it was, that we were talking about.
I'm still waiting for the blessed day where we get a coin flip. But
old Permian football.
Again, if you're like me and you want to avoid a Super League and you want to give everybody a chance, some kind of a chance. I realize Ohio State, you know, if you're a Big Ten or an SEC school, you're going to get more of a chance than others. But if you want to give everyone somewhat of a chance, there has to be some kind of a selection process. Otherwise, fine. Find the 30 best teams and just line them up, and then be damned the Iowa States, the Kansases, and the, you know, Baylors of the world. Goodbye.
Right. And that,
you're not big enough for us.
Listen, that does make it, because part of the argument too is exactly what you're saying. That's why I keep standing 10 toes down on the fact of the play on the field has to matter. Wins have to matter. Losses have to matter. And the more that you take that out, because the conferences did us such a great pleasure of removing all divisions and all these other tie lines that acquire Nebraska to be playing Wisconsin's in a Legends versus Leaders division, in which Ohio State was clearly the best team, but was unable to be able to play in that because of sanctions and whatnot. We don't have to worry about these 7 and 5 teams that are coming up. Now, obviously, in the ACC, you have to have a strong conference to have both those teams that are in.
Yes, you do.
That is the caveat. And when that doesn't work out, you essentially punish your own conference by not being good as a whole. And if, again, the conference isn't going to be up to snuff, you don't get more spots. That's how it works. I think that's part of the conversation that the ACC and Big 12 try to chirp against. They're saying, well, we do have good teams. Look how, distinguished all of our win-loss records are against each other. But the truth of the matter is, and what everybody from the Big 10 and SEC tells the smaller conferences and to each other, is that your conference isn't as good as ours because your depth isn't as good as ours is.
Correct.
This model, which you just showcased, basically punishes conferences that don't have enough depth to be able to showcase how good your team is. Because, again, if you go to a bracket buster and you match up the certain non-conference and the neutrals and all that sort of stuff, your conference would be exposed because there's not a good enough team to be in that selection.
Correct.
As well as in the top 2 of your conference championship game.
Well, when we come back, we're going to hear from Tone. What he had to say. We'll find out, will Nebraska get a Monster Energy patch too, like the Big 12 does? He'll obviously be talking about the playoff, and he will defend the mid Big 10.
Mid? Oh.
You'll find out next on 1620 The Zone. You can definitely tell that the Big Ten is feeling good about itself. Tone took the stage today, strutting. I can't believe he came out to the strains of Pomp and Circumstance and had Miss Elizabeth on his arm and had the flowing robes, said Macho Man on the back.
Boy, was he yapping too.
He was. He was up there for at least 35 minutes. It may have been closer to 45.
Yeah.
They had the 3 vape trophies next to them as the Big Ten has won 3 straight professional vaping championships.
The Jewel Pods.
But yes, in all seriousness, here was some of what he had to say today. You know, there's been a lot of concern about advertising on uniforms. Some people think that Michigan signed a $35 million deal and tweeted about it.
Now, who
earlier
would ever
today.
fall for that, Sean?
I have no idea. But Ohio State signed a big deal. Notre Dame signed a big deal. The Big 12 has put monster energy on every team's uniform. And Tone was asked today, would the Big 10 do a league-wide sponsorship patch?
Our analysis and the work we did with our members led to the decision that it's best for the conference to pursue those decisions at an institution-based level, and that's where we are. It doesn't mean around championships you might do something different with an additional patch, but the core thing, we think it was best left up to the strength of our institutions, let them do the deals they need to do, and kind of go from there. So that's where we are, but that was done after a lot of consulting and work with the group.
So every time he talks, I kind of forget that he sounds like a chat AI bot.
He does. So congratulations. Nebraska will only have, for the moment, they have no advertising except for the Adidas patch, of course.
Get ready to learn Berkshire Hathaway.
You think it'll be Berkshire?
I mean,
I'm pretty sure it'll be Acres.
Listen,
I'm pretty
it's got to be one that's A, local, and B, one that's actually big enough to give that money, because it's a part of real estate, right? That's what it is. And it's worth a certain amount of money. You can't just put anything on there. It has to be worth what you're putting on there.
Yeah.
Because all the people who clamor, and I know this isn't like a genuinely new take or anything, but all the people who clamor for Runza or whatever, I would much rather see. I made the joke earlier, but listen, if Amazon Prime called you, if Amazon company called you and was like, we want to put on Nebraska, you take that money. 100%.
Yeah. No. We did that comparison with Culver's a couple weeks ago because Culver's is on the Wisconsin jerseys. Yeah. Culver's is about 10 times the size of Runza in terms of restaurants across the country. So yeah, it's going to be something that's got some kind of Nebraska tie typically, but it's also got to have a regional or quasi-national tie. Maybe
is FNBO big enough?
FNBO could be big enough. Mutual of Omaha.
That's a good one.
Perhaps. I'm just spitballing here, but Nebraska won't have a Big Ten sponsorship patch. No one will. They're going to go school by school. Tony was asked about was asked about the bill in Congress, the Saving College Sports from Itself Act.
We've got to look at the totality of the bill. We recognize that it's not going to be perfect for us in every one of those places. But at the end of the day, when the conference gets the bill, hopefully today, and we work through it, are we in a position where it does a lot more, it provides us a lot more help than not. And if we can get to that place, then we can move into a position very quickly to support it. But again, until I see where we are, we're not quite ready to say that, but I'm optimistic that today will be a really good day.
He did later offer that they do have the bill in hand, and Congress has essentially given them and the SEC until 9:00 tomorrow morning to sign off on if these compromises are good enough. And apparently one of the things in the compromise is an additional pool of money towards athletes. Of course, you've got the revenue share, which is right now around $21 million, which every school has access or has the ability to do if they so choose. This would be an extra $25 million, and it would be solely for the purpose of protecting your roster. So this would be, it's kind of like I believe in the NBA they have something similar, but it's money that can be set aside so that you can sign your own guys.
Oh, right. Yeah.
And
protected rights or something like that.
Protected rights. Yeah. And this is an extra $25 million pool. So when you combine that with the current rev share, you're over $45 million. That was one of the things that the Big Ten and the SEC wanted to see in the bill. Apparently that's there. There are some other things, a bunch of other falderall. I have no idea what they are. Quite frankly, I don't care. But I guess we'll find out tomorrow by 9 o'clock in the morning whether or not the SEC and the Big Ten are going to sign off on whatever alterations. Pray they don't alter it any further.
Now, is it Big Ten Central Time at 9 a.m. or is it SEC Eastern Time at 9 a.m.? Because, Sankey might take his time. He might want to wake up,
don't
see the
forget,
sunrise.
though, the Big Ten is also in the East.
Yeah, we don't worry about those schools. They're not decision makers.
They're also in the West.
That's true. Man.
Not the only place they don't have, they don't have a mountain team.
They could change that. Hello, Wyoming.
Hello,
what are you up to?
Coach Prime. A lot of the conversation last week at SEC Media Days was about breaking away. If we don't get what we want, we're just going to break off and we're going to do our own thing. There were a lot of different questions. Basically, it was the same question asked about 5 different ways. But here's the general synopsis of what Tone had to say, cut 3.
I think what you hear about, it's not breakaway, but is there another path where if you can't solve it in the bill and you can't solve it with your colleagues, is there some path where you have to have conference-based rules? That's not necessarily breaking away. That doesn't mean you're not going to play anybody else. But is there a path to have rules that we can at least operate from the conference? That's also really difficult. But to your question, we absolutely have to do everything we can to prepare for every one of those things. So while we're focusing on the bill, we have teams of people that are trying to set the groundwork of, well, if we don't get the bill, what happens with the CSC and how it operates?
I have a question.
Yep.
That's the first time I've heard it phrased a little bit differently than what we've assumed it as, the true, it's a complete break off, all that sort of stuff.
Yep.
Is it not essentially the NAIA, but at a larger, much more public scale?
Explain.
How that basically it's the same form and function of college football that we all love and enjoy. Obviously, the NAIA is at a very smaller scale where it's not attached to the NCAA, but yet they still conform to most of the rules that you would recognize. And it can be, many people probably confuse the NAIA for Division III or Division II that is recognized by the NCAA, but yet they have their own championship series, their own set of rules, the way that their conferences reorganize. Would it not essentially be that if what they're doing in this breakaway circumstance?
Well, not so much because, a lot of people assumed last week when they heard the SEC talking about breaking away. And certainly some people were doing some saber rattling saying we just need to go and do it ourselves. But I think Sankey was trying to explain it and maybe didn't do a particularly good job of we're going to break away and make our own rules when it comes to revenue share, when it comes to transferring, when it comes to all of these things. But we'll still play you.
Right.
We'll still hold our conference games. You can hold your conference games. We'll still do a playoff together. But when it comes to the actual governing of the sport, we're gonna handle the rules. Which, if you think about it, just think about the different. Already, you have people worried about a patchwork of different state laws.
Yeah,
that was the whole thing about the NIL was, well, Nebraska's NIL allows for this, but Alabama's allows for that.
Yep.
Imagine the different patchwork if the ACC was saying, you know what, I think we want 95 player man rosters. Well, the SEC's like, nah, I think we'll go with 105. Big Ten says, screw it, 200. I'm using an extreme example, but it's those types of things where they're trying to make their own rules, which is comfortable for their own members, yet still trying to play with people in other neighborhoods.
Yeah.
And I just it doesn't work that way. The NFC West does not have different rules than the AFC West. They all play by the same rules. They're just aligned in different divisions. If you're going to play each other, and I realize in college sports, yes, Ohio State is playing by a different set of rules. They've got a $250 million budget. Bowling Green in the same state, well, next to them, let's use Ohio as an example. They're playing with maybe 1/5 of that kind of money. But they're still having to face each other. But when we're talking about the actual rules of what you're allowed to do versus what you're not allowed to do, I just don't think that a patchwork works very well.
Yeah, and the competitive imbalance would be pretty apparent right away because you wouldn't be able, like we talked about in the previous segment, you wouldn't be able to find matching data points between the two because you could say, this team doesn't even compare to this team because of X, Y, and Z,
Exactly.
roster limits, sizes, all that sort of stuff.
All right, now on to the playoff. Let's go to cut 4. Tone talking about the playoff.
I think there's been an evolution since we were here last year about how people feel about 24 at this point, and we've made adjustments in our league. We were focused on automatic qualifiers. We're not focused on that anymore. We're looking at the committee picking the field at 24. We feel that ultimately will still unlock the power of scheduling that we want. So we work every day with it. I think the path is, you've got to be able to do this in a way that allows you to not play championship games. There's obviously significant economic value in our championship games across the P4. And so we've got to understand where that is. And if we can find the value, then I think it just changes the tone of the conversations.
And what he's talking about there is, in order to get to 24, the concession is we'll get rid of the conference championship games. Mm-hmm. They'll be gone forever. And the extra round of playoff games and the money we make from that will satisfy our bank accounts of the money we would have gotten if we kept our championship game.
Which makes sense, but there will, again, like I'd said it earlier too, but there will come a full circle moment when people will be like, well, we don't know who the Big Ten champion is. We got to determine that. And we want to make sure that we know.
Exactly. It's going to be the same thing of divisions, right?
Yes.
Oh, we got to get rid of divisions. They're terrible. And then we realize, oh, crap, we have no real good way to determine the top 2 teams if we don't have divisions.
Yes.
And so there's always these unintended consequences that come from not doing it. Here's where Tone really kind of gave up the story here as to really why 24 is the number. Let's skip ahead to number 6, Nick. Number 6.
We've had institutions making incredible investments in football. And it's really important to maintain that commitment to invest. And you have to have opportunity to play to maintain that investment. So while the bowl system has done great things for college football for a really long time, when you get into a playoff world like this, it takes up all the air. And so just success is defined very specifically about the playoff. And so we just got to, I just firmly believe we create the access. Look, I know there's things out there we get asked all the time. Well, this fan poll said this and this poll said that. I'm really confident that, we'll fill our stadiums and we will have really large audiences watching these games if we expand.
It's the very beginning, what he said there. And it's essentially the reason we need to expand is everyone's spending so much money that they need more access, which, if you think about it, is a tough argument to defeat. Because if your argument is, well, everyone's spending a lot more, which means their investors are expecting more. And if you're going to acquiesce to that point and say, well, yeah, Nebraska is spending, I'm throwing out numbers here, $30 million roster, and Ohio State's spending $50 million on a roster. They deserve a return on their investment. That's a hard argument to defeat. Mm-hmm. But the problem is, you could make that same argument in the pros. Well, the Dallas Cowboys, they're worth $1 billion and $8 billion. They should be in the playoff. Well, no, not necessarily. And so the problem is, they're making an argument which is created by their own greed of, well, look at all this money we're spending. Doesn't this money deserve a spot in the playoff? And if you just keep acquiescing to that argument, at the end of the day, anytime you expand, it's, well, but my $30 million roster didn't get in the playoff last year. We need 32 teams. Oh, well, my $48 million roster get into the playoff last year. Oh, we need 48 teams. It's an argument that you can't defeat.
Yeah, because it multiplies. It's a Hydra head, right? Like you cut one off and 2 will grow back.
Exactly.
It just continues on and on and on. And that's, we've already seen it once, twice. And now we saw with 4 teams that there weren't enough. Okay, we go to 8 teams. Okay, perfect. Oh, wait, no, we got to get to 12. Okay, well, we got to figure out how to get to 24. And you're right. It keeps going on.
We've taken the argument from, we need teams that deserve to be in because of how they played on the field, to now these teams deserve to be in because of how much money they spend.
It was funny that we went from the beginning of this playoff conversation of saying we want the 4 best teams in college football every year to play for a national championship, because that's what it was, the 4 best teams. When the 12-team playoff was first introduced, they did float that around, but then it became quickly about whose resume deserves to be the best 12
Correct.
resumes that are out there. And now it's becoming the conversation of, well, who is spending the top dollar to get there? And what's funny, you said something very briefly in there, though, about the Cowboys making the postseason. It does get interesting because the NFL, NBA, MLB, all those, every single individual entity is its own business within a major corporation of the founding framework of the league that they are a part of, right?
Mm-hmm.
College football doesn't operate that way because it's tied to the academic university and the schools. The schools are not businesses. Now, some would argue otherwise, and in terms that
They basically operate like businesses.
But most of these athletic departments don't fund that way. I mean, Washington right now, we saw that news come out, last week, 2 weeks ago, that they were like $20 million in the hole because of all the travel costs and expenses that they have for their athletic programs. No business operates that way, that deep in its own budgets, but just continually says, yeah, no, that's fine. That's what we have to do. No business operates that way. So athletic departments can operate that way, but yet to be able to say, what's my return on investment? Wins doesn't have a monetary value usually, right?
No.
You can say, okay, yeah, we sell more tickets, we sell more gear, we sell more luxury suites, all that stuff. But those are all arbitrary. Like none of those are actually things that have monetary value right now. If if the Big Ten was like, hey, your program won 9 games, guess what? You get $9 million next season. Congrats. You won it from our TV rights. Purdue, sorry, you won one. You get $1 million. Like, that's the only way that makes sense if you tie it to monetary value. It's a very weird, and you kind of get into this like bottomless pit of an argument that you're just siphoning money away from your program constantly. There are only so few brands and programs in college football that actually get their return on investment year after year after year. And even now, I'm sure Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, those schools that have what feels like infinite budgets, at some point they're going to say, we can't keep pushing the envelope further and further because we're not making money on this.
Well, one of the programs that does spend the money and insists on being in the playoff is Georgia. Our second team in 25 teams and 25 drums. Jordan Hill, Dogs 24/7, will preview Bulldog football next on 1620 The Zone.
The countdown is on.
In the recent history of this rivalry, they bring pressure. Stockton together, long throw to the end zone. Caught! Touchdown, Humphreys! Are you kidding me? A 4th down touchdown. What a throw!
Stockton's going to run for the first down. Lunges for the pylon. Touchdown, Georgia. Owens. And look at Chauncey Bowens. Here he goes. Georgia retakes the lead. A 36-yard dagger by Chauncey Bowens.
It's time for 25 teams in 25 grums.
It wasn't the kind of season that Georgia fans were hoping would finish, and that is with a national championship. But I will say this. At least 3 of the best games I watched last year had Georgia in them, especially the Ole Miss game at the end of the season. Of course, there was the Alabama game. They were an exciting team to watch, but they would like to be a championship team again. The Bulldogs are second team in 25 teams and 25 grums. Jordan Hill from Dogs 24/7 joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone hotline. Jordan, good afternoon. Thanks for coming on with us.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate you guys having me on.
Normally, when we start these interviews, we start with the offensive side. But I wanted to talk about defense first because last year's defense, talent, they had good players, but they couldn't rush the passer particularly well, which was surprising for a Kirby Smart defense. Is that the one thing that has to take the next step up if Georgia's to make that step back up to championship level?
Absolutely, 100%. I mean, it's pretty simple, and Kirby Smart has talked about it this offseason that they've got to affect the passer more and do so more consistently than they did in 2025. It was a real issue for a team that, you know, even in some of their best years, their sack numbers weren't very high, but Kirby always points to havoc rate, you know, being able to affect the quarterback. Sometimes it's better to get back there and make him uncomfortable, make him make a mistake throwing the football rather than get him on the ground. And that's going to be something that we're going to be talking about. Georgia starts fall camp next Wednesday. Just continuing to see if they get the progression they need. And I think they've got the guys that are there and capable of really upping the pass rush. I'd say Quintavious Johnson, I thought played really well toward the end of last year. He's the starting outside linebacker. Gabe Harris, a defensive end, guy that missed the Sugar Bowl with a foot injury. And I think I can say for myself, I really underestimated how big of a hole he was. And I thought that you felt his absence, especially as Trinidad Chambliss got going. Chase Linton, another outside linebacker, they're counting on him. Joseph Jonah Johnny, defensive end as well. So, yeah, I think that this is a team, this defense especially, I think they know, you know, they had their ups and downs last year. On the whole, still pretty good, but there are areas they got to improve. Forcing turnovers, pass defense, but especially rushing the passer. They got to do a much better job this time around.
Jordan, so I'm actually on the opposite side. I have more questions about the offense, and obviously it's talented. You see all the different 5 stars and 4 stars that will come through the Georgia recruiting ranks every single year. Gunnar Stockton, probably going to be one of those big names that people will watch as a signal caller. But what about those receivers around him? Is there enough talent that's coming back and really just enough chemistry that comes back to lift Stockton up with the talent that he has to get Georgia back into the SEC title game and then beyond?
I mean, when you look at the offense, the wide receivers are for sure the biggest questions because they don't have those established guys. Zachariah Branch, only there for a year, and then he goes pro. You lose Colby Young. You lose Noah Thomas, some of those bigger receivers outside. So they need some guys to step up. The most experienced receiver back is London Humphreys, who's going into his 3rd year. He started his career at Vanderbilt. They go get Isaiah Kenyon from Georgia Tech. He'll be that X receiver, that big 6'3", 6'4" receiver on the outside. He's someone I think that you need to keep your eye on once this season gets going. And what I will say as far as the camaraderie, they've got quite a few guys that have been in the program for a few years that are going to have to take on bigger roles, which I think is going to help because they've worked with Gunnar Stockton. Jacoby White-Helton, I think he'll be that starting slot, taking the spot of Zachariah Branch. You've got some other second-year receivers like Landon Rolden. Talon Taylor is a guy they're very excited about. I could see him being in the mix for the leading receiver when we talk about the entire season. Some of the other receivers, C.J. Wiley, another big outside receiver. And I'd point to, too, one of the most talked about guys during spring practice. Caden Prothro is a true freshman. He was sort of projected as a tight end, but Georgia, even when they were recruiting him, said, we kind of look at you positionless. We see you as an offensive weapon. During spring practice, they really used him more in the slot, a big slot receiver, and he made a bunch of plays in the spring game. So pay attention to Caden Prothro, too. On the roster, he's listed as a tight end. I think you're going to see him lined out wide quite a bit and very much capable of making plays down the field.
Talking with Jordan Hill of Dogs 24/7. Georgia, our team today in 25 teams in 25 grums. When you look at the running game, both Nate Frazier and Chauncey Bowens return. Obviously, we're concerned here in Nebraska, former Husker Dante Dowdell with a terrible accident. He was supposed to be in that Georgia running mix this season. How do you see the carries balancing out and how effective that running game is? Because you're returning at least 1,500 yards of rushing from a year ago.
Yeah, it is tough to not have Dante Dowdell, and I thought he was going to play a pretty big role, not as one of the starters, but still one of the first guys up behind Nate Frazier and Chauncey Bowens. I think those two are kind of that established thunder and lightning, and I think you'll see a lot of those guys this year. And, Dante Dowdell being unavailable for the near future, there's opportunity behind those guys because Georgia loves having 3, 4, 5 running backs they can count on. Because if Georgia has its way, we're talking about playing 15 games in a season, and you're going to lose some backs along the way. So I look at a guy like Dwight Phillips Jr., who might be the fastest guy on the team. His father was a Olympic sprinter back in the 2000s. He's played a little bit the last few years, but I think he's looking to try to take that step forward. Bo Walker is a sophomore or a second year. I believe he might have redshirted last year, but a very talented in-state back that they're expecting to help and contribute. And I'll throw out the true freshman Jay Lamar from Colquitt County. He's a guy that they are excited about as well. So losing Dante like they did, very significant, I think, in terms of you look at the entire season, you look at the full picture. Nate Frazier is going to be your leading rusher if he stays healthy, and I think Chauncey Bowens is right there behind him. But they need guys to step up. And I think, too, with Dante Dowdell, I think he had a chance to be the third down back who rises to the occasion with him unavailable, who's able to contribute and show that, hey, we can pass pro on third down, and also, if you need us to, we can catch the ball out of the backfield.
Jordan, I'm curious, maybe not from the X's and O's parts of it, but maybe a little bit more of the 30,000-foot look. Obviously, that local tenor probably a little bit turned up after 2 quick college football playoff exits, but yet nationally, it still feels like Georgia holds a lot of the weight of the SEC, but yet they're not maybe the premier target for the national conversation because of LSU, because of some of the other new names, all that kind of other noise that's happening around the SEC. When you kind of put in perspective where Georgia fits in this year's conversation in the SEC, does it feel like Georgia has the pressure to maybe lift and hold the water for the conference because they've kind of been the name brand over the past few years?
I think so, and I think you saw that at Media Days last week. I was honestly surprised to see that the voters in Tampa picked Georgia to win the SEC again. I thought that they would pick Texas. Now, I will say as one of the voters, I did pick Georgia to beat Texas in the SEC title game, but I think the thing that kind of makes it a little bit different with Georgia, or at least when you look on a national scale, some of the conversation, Georgia's not one of these teams that goes out and brings in 15, 20 transfers. That they are someone, and Kirby Smart actually talked about this a good bit down in Tampa. They still want to really cultivate the high school recruiting and really develop guys over the course of a few years. And it is wild to see some of the graphics out there, seeing which SEC teams have the most transfers in a given off season. And Georgia is very much last, and it's not really all that close. But I think that's the way Georgia would like to have it. They want to really develop guys and then kind of pick their spots where they say, we really need help here. Like this off season, We really need an outside receiver. Go get Isaiah Canyon from Georgia Tech. We need help in the defensive backfield. Get Khalil Barnes from Clemson, Gentry Williams from Oklahoma, Braylon Conley from USC, Jamarly Riddle from East Carolina. So I think that also that all ties in my opinion, with how Georgia is talked about nationally. I think this is still a team with a lot of talent and a team that I think is capable of chasing another national title. But there's not all these like the new faces on this Georgia team. For the most part, they're younger guys that have been at Georgia. We're not talking about big time stars that decided to transfer to Athens. These are guys that are kind of homegrown and they're ready to show that they're ready for the moment.
Jordan, as we wrap things up here on our preview of Georgia and 25 teams, is there a name on either side of the ball, maybe one of each, that we haven't mentioned yet, who could be one of those guys that come out of the woodwork and make a big impact on this season?
I'll give you one on both sides, and I'll start on offense. Elias Williams, tight end, that's 6'7". Played a little bit last year. His stats, I think he wound up with 7 catches last year as a true freshman. Pay attention to the tight ends. I think, if you could sit here right now and tell me what the tight ends, how big of a role they play in the passing game, I feel like I could tell you how Georgia's season winds up going, because I feel like they left a lot to be desired as far as using the tight ends last year. Need to do a better job this year. I think you'll see several tight ends involved, but Elias Williams is the guy that I would point out. And then on the other side, the guy that winds up being voted, I think he might have been second team all SEC preseason on defense, Elijah Griffin. And not really going out on a limb very much for me, a former 5-star, but he's going into a sophomore season. And I thought toward the end of last season, probably from the halfway point on, you kind of saw the light come on. And Georgia, when you talk about the best Georgia defenses, particularly 2021, 2022, starts on the defensive line, and it starts in the middle. You need somebody that can wreak havoc and really make a lot of noise at defensive tackle. Elijah Griffin, from everything I saw last year, I think he's got the makings of that next Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, just a game wrecker up the middle. Pay attention to Elijah Griffin. I think he's got a chance to not only have an all-SEC caliber of season, but perhaps even all-American season.
Good stuff, and we appreciate it very much. Jordan Hill covers the Dogs for dogs247.com. Jordan, we appreciate it. Enjoy the season. Should be a lot of fun down on the plains.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
You bet.
Thanks, Jordan.
That is Jordan Hill joining us here on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. So Georgia this year, it sets up, obviously, the non-conference schedule, not super duper tough.
Mm-hmm.
Now that there's 9 conference games, they go to Arkansas in their first SEC game and then get Oklahoma and Vandy at home. They could be 5-0. But then when you look at the back half of the schedule, it starts at Alabama, then Auburn, then, of course, the open date before the rivalry game against Florida, and they have to go to Ole Miss. Now, they avoid Texas. They avoid Tennessee. It's a schedule when you look at it. 10-2, very much on the table, get you in the playoff. They go 11-1. They're probably looking at maybe one of those top seeds.
And also, if you're healthy in your first half of your season, feel pretty good, because your bye week coming October 24th, couldn't ask for a better time, because then you get the back end of your schedule much lighter as well. You're talking about a team that could be working out a lot of its mistakes and kinks in the front end. And again, you suffer 1 or 2 losses there, you're going to look pretty good playing Missouri, South Carolina, Georgia Tech. Maybe you make it in the SEC championship game with 2 losses. If you don't, you still look good your final 3 weeks of the season, and you're getting healthier. Maybe you sneak into a college football playoff bid at that point. I feel like Georgia could be a dangerous team in the second half of the schedule. I'm very interested to see, especially that run of Oklahoma, Vanderbilt, Alabama, Auburn. I think Auburn might give some trouble, obviously rivalry game.
Yep.
And then that bye week game, Florida, Ole Miss. If Ole Miss is rolling and they overlook a brand new Florida team, that could be the Florida linchpin game for them to say, listen, we got to beat someone. Why not make it Georgia?
Yesterday we did the threat level for our first team, Ohio. The threat level for Georgia this year, for Nebraska,
dun, dun, dun.
0.
Whoa, what do you mean?
Well, they won't play them.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. No, not that we know of.
That's true. If Nebraska's playing Georgia this year, is that a good thing or a bad thing.
That's a great thing, John. That's a great thing.
For Nebraska. For Georgia, it's like,
100%.
what are we doing here in the Outback Bowl?
That is true. There's a scenario where the entire Metrodome ceiling just fell upon Georgia. Oh, that'd be tough. No, that'd be great. That would be great for Nebraska.
Coming up next, super hot take market before we join Steve Sipple.
Oh, Austin, are you ready?
I am ready.
Are you prepared?
I am.
I don't believe you.
Well, we'll do this next and find out if he's prepared on 1620 The Zone. We're headed to the super hot take market now. I am told that last time Austin was here, he was filling in for me.
Usually do.
And in the super hot take market, he was shopping in the wrong aisle.
Oh.
He was looking for the motor oil when the motor oil was clearly not at the super hot take market. The motor oil was at the super hot take oil market.
So, John, not only was it last time, it's most times when
That's
Austin
not
fills
true.
out.
Oh, my goodness.
So
That's
what
not
happened?
true.
It's like Austin DoorDashed his food to his home, but he went to the store anyway, only to realize that he already had everything earlier.
It's because I put it through my AI software, Nick. That's why. I know
That's
how
why
much
you're
you
so
love
bad
AI.
at it.
Knock it off.
Well, let's find out if he has a super hot take that actually will go through the checkout line at the super hot take market.
Okay, I have one. This is,
All right.
I heard this earlier on a good friend Matt McMaster's show. Have you heard of him? Have you seen him?
I have. You know what? I really think Indiana is being undersold this year.
100%. Baker Mayfield decided to not, or he's closing off contract negotiations. He said that he wanted to have them done by training camp. It is training camp for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. My hot take is that he will not be a Tampa Bay Buccaneer after the season, but Baker Mayfield's going to have a career year this year.
So he's going to have a big year, and he's going to parlay that into a bigger contract with somebody else.
Somebody else. He will no longer be in the NFC South. Get out of here, Baker. I think so. That, just to put that in perspective, I do have his stats right here. So his best year was in 2024. I believe that was when Liam Cohen was his offensive coordinator. 41 touchdown passes, 16 interceptions, 4,500 yards on a 71% completion percentage. I don't think he beats all of those. I do think he will get to 40 touchdowns again, and I think he has a very good chance because they're going to have to throw the ball a lot, and I feel like as long as he keeps the interception rate down, and also motivated Baker Mayfield, I never bet again. So I'm going to go with all those. I feel pretty confident in that.
It sounds like you shopped in the prediction section, but then added the hot take of he's not going to sign with the Bucs.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can go to multiple places. I don't know if you've ever done that before.
It is the super hot take market. Super hot take. Tarek Skubal will either be traded to the Los Angeles Dodgers or he will not be traded at all. The Dodgers are the only team that is ever willing, as they have done so well. You know, when you're in a same market as another team, another successful business, you like to copy some of that success. You like to look at them and say, they are doing it the right way. The Dodgers are looking across town at the LA Rams and saying, we make bold trades. We need to be just like the Rams. The Dodgers will be the only team that will have the cojones to trade for Skubal. And if they decide the price is not right, Skubal's not going anywhere else. I don't think the Rays have the cojones to do it. I talked about it with Farron earlier on the Grum. The Brewers have a loaded minor league system, but they don't make those kind of deals. If the Brewers had just an ounce of Sean McVay and Les Snead in them, just a smidge, they could pull the trigger on this deal. They could better the Dodgers, and they could finally get that long-awaited World Series championship. But they don't have the cojones. Only the Dodgers have both the means and the cojones. And if they don't do it, nobody will.
Wow, those scrappy Dodgers. No one can keep up with them.
They're very scrappy.
Very scrappy. Very underrated.
Very scrappy. And yes, it's fine that they're stealing from the Rams playbook. Success breeds success.
Always the underdog. Nick.
I don't have any hot takes. I'm fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm good.
Good.
Wow.
Nothing on the
everything
weather?
right now.
Nothing like that? It's not too hot for you?
I mean, it is, but I'm inside most of the day. It doesn't
Very
really
nice.
affect me.
By the way, I thought today we were supposed to get at least a moderate cool down. It's still like 95 out there with 85% humidity.
What if we do the anti-Josh Peterson, the reverse, and say it'll never cross 100 again? It'll always be below triple digits the rest of 2026.
If I had the list on me, which Josh keeps, I would put you down on the list saying it won't be 100 degrees again the rest of the season.
Okay. Well, I'll text Josh. We'll see if he can add that to his list.
All right.
You know what? I guess I have a take. I don't know if it's a hot one, though. There's never a bad seat in any baseball park. All the seats at a baseball park are good.
You haven't been to Wrigley Field to sit behind the post like my dad was.
There are
Not yet,
many posts in very many a baseball arena.
In my experience in all the baseball parks I've been to, both pro and very obscure ones, I've never had a problem. Like, I'll get the cheap seats, I'll sit in the cheap seats, and I'm happy. It's always a good view. Like, you think it's going to be so far away, but then you're like, no, this is actually great. I can see everything. It's fine.
I've sat the upper deck at Wrigley Field. I've sat in the upper deck at Dodger Stadium. I've sat in the upper deck at Comiskey Park. Whatever their corporate name is now. The only problem with the ones at Comiskey Park is the seats are sloped like at a 85-degree angle. So it feels like you're going to fall. So I guess I haven't been in a bad seat in a ballpark.
Okay.
But my dad literally did have a ticket behind one of the support beams at Wrigley Field.
It's insane that they would put a chair there.
And he was straddling it.
Why would they put a chair there?
That is interesting.
Because, I mean, it's the Cubs. They want to make
money. He's trying to sell a ticket.
In middle school, we went to the Washington, D.C. I was a part of the D.C. trip. And we went to Ford's Theater, famously where President L got shot.
Ooh.
And in that theater, there was a seat directly with a post in front. So at least one person didn't see what happened.
That is tough.
What's going on, everybody?
Well,
why are you screaming?
Two people didn't see what happened. I'm guessing that President L didn't remember much.
Right.
I do have a second one here.
All
it's
right.
movie related, John. And I
boy.
think I'm willing to have an argument with you about this as well. So your pick for the movie club this week, Nick, was Master of the Universe.
Yes.
I did wrap it up earlier this week. I don't have to watch it. I chose to watch it out of, my
Solidarity?
friendship with
Very
Nick.
good.
Yes.
Thank you.
And also, Moana, the new live action remake, very bad, not performing well. I think that the juiced steroid, like huge, gigantic movie star, the guys that we saw from like the 70s and 80s, right? Like the Balboas and the Arnolds and all those guys. So the Stallone, all those guys.
Yeah.
I think those are done. I think we're in the pretty boy era of movie. I don't see Ryan Gosling going out there doing anything new. Glenn Powell, it's your turn to step up. And I know some people would argue, be like, oh, they have muscles. Not in the same way. We're talking about guys who were like ripping their shirts off in action, guns a-blazing. We just have guys who are in their feelings these days and look cute with a haircut. They're in, and the juiced roid guys are out.
I would argue the juiced roid guides have been out for a while. Even when Expendables came out, I was like, really? Like,
that's because they were all in their 60s.
I know, but I'm like, I thought we were done with this.
But I think officially with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson now having major flops, flops on flops. I think that we're going to be saying that it's pretty boy season from here on out.
He's always so sweaty. Why is Dwayne Johnson always so wet?
He's Samoan, that's why.
And on that note,
wow, no argument.
Not really. I don't disagree with you.
I just didn't know how to argue that.
It's just humid there. I don't know what to tell you.
It must be humid. Speaking of sweaty and muscular and handsome, dashing good looks, Steve Sipple joins us next.
That adds
happy hour with Sip on 1620 The Zone.
Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Steve Sipple.
Steve.
HuskerOnline.com. Member of the On3 Network. Sip, how are things with you today?
John in Austin.
Yes.
John in Is that who I'm with?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I'm doing fine. And how are you guys doing?
Not bad.
Good.
Now,
Can't
are
complain.
you in Chicago currently or going when Nebraska goes?
I'm at, this will mean nothing to, well, it might mean something to Austin. I don't know where he's from. I'm at 48th and Layton and Lincoln.
That means nothing to me. Yeah.
Well,
48th and Layton, John, you know where that is?
Well, yes, Sip. I live in that same town.
Mm.
There's a car wash on one corner. There's an Albodaro's.
Albodaro's.
Appledaros?
I'll be honest with you, Sip. I have to think about how to say it too.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's where I'm at. I'm at a light. No, I'm not in Chicago. We leave in the morning.
Oh, you're leaving out. You're heading out tomorrow.
Oh.
Okay. So you missed.
Yeah, in the morning.
You missed Tone today. You missed Tone Petiti.
I'm sorry, I missed what?
Tone Petiti. You know, the commissioner of the Big Ten.
Tone Petiti,
Big
yeah.
Tone. Yeah.
Not really. I like the movie says. I didn't really miss it. I read it. I read the account. I know what's going on.
Yeah.
Mm. Was there anything that you would have asked Big Tone, or do you feel like you got everything you needed out of him?
Let me think about that. I mean, I don't know what he covered in his opening remarks and what was asked. So it's hard. It's hard because I don't know what he said in his opening remarks.
Mm.
I would want to drill down on the Protect College Sports Act, the specific wording that he's particularly worried about, and maybe you'd be going pretty deep into the weeds at that point.
Sure.
I appreciate what he said, though, that if we're going to do this, and this is going to be what governs the sport going forward, then we need to get it. We need to be precise in all wording, because you know how that can go. I mean, you know, any lawyer in the world would understand that in particular. So, yeah, they have to get all that right. I'd want to know some particulars about what he's concerned about with the Protect College Sports Act. We've heard a lot about his takes on his wants for a 2014 playoff. I didn't see that he said anything new there.
No.
I would challenge him. Okay, one thing I would challenge him on, you know, if he was sitting in my truck right here, is
next to Arbelardo's.
Yeah, I'd say I get what you're saying about these teams wanting to win late in the season in a 2014 scenario to better position themselves seed-wise and for other reasons. But what about the teams that are squarely in, you know, the high seeds that maybe have nothing to play for late in the season, particularly the rivalry games? Like, what if Ohio State is squarely in the field, really has nothing to gain in the game against Michigan? I mean, the fear I have as a fan is, oh God, the game is on, you know, Ohio State, Michigan, and Ohio State's not playing his quarterback because they're waiting for the playoff, for, you know, Alabama, Auburn, Iron Bowl, those games that are late in the calendar. Would they still have meaning if a participant really has nothing to gain with the playoff looming ahead. Do you understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah, and my guess would be, Sip, that his argument, because he was trying to, I don't know if he was addressing this specifically, but I've heard different arguments to this effect that, well, Ohio State would still be playing for a top seed. So you know, if you're a number 1 seed or a number 2 seed, you know, that gives you the best path. So that's what they're playing for, and that's why they won't, you know, rest their starters even in a rivalry game at the end of the season. That'd be my guess.
Hard to argue hypotheticals. I understand
Sure.
that. And and these are hypotheticals that we're laying out. So he was good on that topic, though. He lays it out so a layman can understand. Oh, you know what? You want to challenge him too on his lack of commitment to, you know, to mandating that Big Ten teams play a Power 4 non-conference. At least one team in a Power 4 in a non-conference. I understand. I mean, I get it. I'm not. Sometimes people get frustrated with me because I do understand both sides usually, and people don't want you to in our business, but I do understand his perspective. I look at that almost more as provincial. Like let the ADs handle that. You don't have to handle that as a commissioner. But on the other side of it, I do respect that, you know, the SEC has mandated that you play a Power 4 team.
Sip, if you are to be confident in the Nebraska running game this season, what would be your largest reason as to why? And the options that we gave our listeners yesterday, and maybe there's one I didn't even mention, but obviously you've got a new look offensive line with a lot of experience, snaps coming back at the Power 4 level. You have a new coach in Jeep Wade, and then the running backs themselves. I mean, which of those facets would make you most confident, if you are to be confident in the Nebraska running game this year, that it can be an asset and it won't suffer a drop-off just because they lost one guy?
Yeah, I mean, I think I got to preface this by saying I'm not overly confident. I mean, it's not that I'm like, you always got to choose your words carefully. I'm open-minded about it. On either side, though, I'm open-minded about it. I'm open-minded that it could take off. But I'm also open-minded that it won't take off. So,
well, if it were to take off, what do you think would be the biggest factor?
Wade / new blood and Evans and Pritchett. I think that group holds a lot of promise. Although we talked about something that's interesting in this conversation. I don't know if I talked about it on your show last week, John. Yeah, we did. I think, John, just how we've eschewed the concept of continuity. Like,
we did.
Well, I mean, we used to in a previous life at Nebraska always cite continuity as a reason for the program flourishing, right? And flourishing at a high level for a sustained period of time. We'd always say continuity. And now here I am in this new world we're in, saying I think it's because of the line and the new coach, which there's no continuity. There's literally none.
Right.
I mean, there's continuity with Pritchett and Evans, but that's about it, right? I mean, the new offensive line coaches, I would include Lonnie Teasley in that, they have no continuity with Dana Holgerson. They don't have continuity with the linemen with which they're working. We used to cite continuity, especially in that position group, as a reason for optimism. These guys have played together. Oh, this is the third year of these guys playing together, and Milt's been doing this for 25 years. This can't not work. Now we've thrown that out the window, which I'm not saying that in a damning way. I say it in an intriguing way.
So, Sip, just in that same name and phrasing of continuity, does that lend you to be more, I guess, confident in how the receivers gel with Calandria, just in terms of the offensive rhythm of the system and, you know, the receivers being more comfortable outside of Quasi Gilmer? being more comfortable in Holgerson's system and maybe getting Calandria a little bit more established as the season just kicks off here in the next few weeks?
I don't know. I don't know how to answer that, except it's the same conversation. And I had that conversation with Jordan Westerkamp recently. Jordan obviously played for Nebraska at a super high level, and he kind of expressed the surprise about this new world that these quarterbacks come in and they're 1 year. Calandria might be 2, but they come in and boom, everybody's they have to, we talk about, kind of funny, right? We say Calandria is establishing chemistry with the receivers. So it's got to happen really fast. Like it's Las Vegas wedding, right? It's Las Vegas marriage. It is. It's fast. It's not traditional. It's not a traditional Catholic wedding. It's oh yeah, no, this is shotgun. We got to get this ready. We got to get this going now. And just invite who you can. Don't worry about it too much because we're rolling. And it's that with the receivers too. Westerkamp said, he lived with Tommy Armstrong. Remember that, John? And he could just run to a part of the field on a certain play and know the ball was going to be there. Tommy knew where he was going to be. Now, does Calandria have that with any of those guys? Could he possibly have that at this point? Now, here's the thing, though. There's not really a big disadvantage because a lot of teams are doing that. Most teams are doing that. It's just that I don't know why I guess now I'm get off my lawn completely, but it's not really that. It's not really that. It's just these questions are so much different now. It's we sort of suppose that there's chemistry when there's really, how could there be any evidence of it?
Right.
None. Just the kids talking and telling us there's chemistry, right? That's how we.
Yeah.
And then we run. Then we write it with certainty, and then they lose on Saturday.
And then we say, where was the chemistry? It's obviously guys don't have chemistry. Chemistry has almost become the another dirty C word like culture. We always just kind of threw culture out there. And if we couldn't explain why things happen the way they do from a big picture standpoint, we just kind of threw out the word culture. And now you can almost do the same thing with chemistry. It's like, well, the quarterback and the wide receivers, they're not throwing for as many yards. It must be chemistry.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how to. Yeah, the world's changed so dramatically. I'm fine with the world. I'm really interested in this season, but it's just a lot different talk about it now. And these questions are sort of hard to answer. So what I'm getting at, like, it's hard to answer what that line is going to look like, especially for someone who became used to a world where that was drilled into you, Austin, where these guys have worked together a lot, and that's the way it should be with an offensive line. That's told to you. I'm saying what was told to me, and that's how it worked. But it's got to work this different way now. Now it's got to work another way because they haven't worked together.
So, Sip, we're essentially on the eve of the start of training camp, and we've spent the entire offseason talking about all these different players, the newcomers, the guys that are returning, maybe some guys who were injured last year coming back. Is there a player that comes to mind as someone, and I'm going to use an extreme example here, so forgive me, because I'm not trying to say that whatever your answer is the next Taylor Martinez, but we remember how Taylor just popped on the screen and kind of surprised us all that offseason in 2010. Is there a guy that maybe has not been talked about who you think would be a candidate to be a guy that ends up popping on the screen? Again, doesn't have to be like Taylor Martinez was, but maybe someone who's just been flying under the radar and it is going to be have more of a role than maybe a lot of us expect on opening day and beyond.
Yeah. There's a couple guys that come to mind now. You know how it goes here, though, too, John. Who's under the radar? We talk about everybody. Everybody knows who everybody is on the roster. It's not like it's really hard to fly under the radar here. So
yes, it is.
Give me some grades. It's really hard to fly under the radar, Nebraska, if you're any good at all. Yeah. I mean, it is. But having said that, the two guys that come to mind immediately, one on offense and one on defense, is Quasi Gilmer who's having all reports I received, he's had a great offseason and does have chemistry with the quarterback, deep ball chemistry, which is, provocative, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so Gilmer, I would say based on what I'm hearing, I'm talking about it on the radio, so I don't mind saying, I feel confident that Gilmer is someone to watch very closely. You were already, but you do have two prominent returners in Barney and Isaiah Hunter, and I'm not necessarily saying that Gilmer has surpassed them, but I'm not saying that he has. So I'd watch that pretty close. And then I'd say Anthony Jones is a guy I'm hearing a lot about. Anthony Jones, another transfer who definitely has flown under the radar. I mean, he does fit the category if doesn't get a lot of discussion, but I've heard a lot of good things. He's in a pretty good group. I mean, when you talk about defense, it's not always glowing, but that edge group with Winery, Anthony Jones, Petchak, and Lenhart, it's a good group of guys in my opinion. I mean, that should be a strength. Then you could add maybe even a Jordan Ochoa and Willis McGahee. I mean, all those guys are in that group. That's what I reeled off there is pretty good.
Yeah.
I feel pretty good. But Jones, I think, could be one of the main guys in that, and could be a guy that you see in the backfield more than you maybe thought. When he in the springtime. I think he and Gilmer they've made good use of the off season.
Yeah, that's my thought, Sip, is as you were kind of listing some of the different pass rushers and the guys that you just kind of named off there for the defense. If the defense improves, it feels like a person like John had mentioned there or asked you about that's going to pop off has to be from the defensive side. If Rob Orich gets the defense in line, if they're a top 25 or even 30 unit, it's probably going to be bigger names that either reappear, like it's a Riley Van Poppel or an Anthony Jones who's known in the Big Ten circles, or someone else that comes through there. I don't know if that's where you feel if either the offense or defense makes the bigger leap. It probably still comes from the defense as, oh, I'm surprised this person was a better performer than what we came into the preseason thinking.
Yeah, it would help more if it's on the defense, I think. It always depends also on position group that you're talking about. The receiver group is very, they're going to have to lean on the offense. I believe. That's what I believe. I believe that, I don't know that Matt Rule would ever say that. But I think, the offense is going to have to be pretty good. If only because they've changed defenses. I'm just, you just got to kind of I think you got to give them a little grace of changing systems. I'm not saying the personnel is necessarily bad, but they are changing systems. So it would be good if it came from the defense. And by the way, I said what I said about it's hard to fly under the radar here.
Yeah.
But there's other guys besides Anthony Jones that would be very helpful in that conversation. Like Jeremiah Charles, you don't talk about too much, but he might be a starting corner on the other side of, on the opposite of Andrew Marshall. You don't talk about him a lot, but this is, God, if you're Jeremiah Charles now, you just have to be like, it's now. It's got to happen now. I've waited 3 years. Now it's time. I can lock down a starting corner spot at Nebraska. I would hope it's a huge offseason for him.
Sip, as you go to Chicago and learn about some of the other teams as well in the Big Ten, I know we spend a lot of our time focused on the one here, but is there a team in the Big Ten that interests you just from, an observational standpoint or what they have the potential of doing this year?
Yeah, several. Illinois is the one that comes to mind first because, again, I love these conversations because there's some historical context. Think about what we used to talk about in Nebraska, how they just rattled off 9-win seasons like nothing. Illinois is trying to win 9 games in a season for the 3rd straight year, which would be the first time Illinois has ever done that.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Illinois it's not like they've been horrific at football. They were for a long time, but there's been periods where they're pretty good, right, John? I mean, and I keep saying John because we're older, Austin, but
we both remember Red Grange, yes.
Exactly. But yeah. But new quarterback, 4 new offensive linemen, new defensive coordinator. I mean, what's that look like? 4 offensive linemen, new quarterback, revamped defense. Now, how close can they get to 9? Iowa is another one. Iowa's lost so much that they're going to have a quarterback battle in fall camp. They lost a lot up front on offense. Still good up. I mean, they returned 2 great guys on offense on the line. Lost a lot on defense. They're sort of, I mean, they're retooling personnel-wise defensively. It's still Phil Parker, though, and they lost their defensive coordinator. So are those teams down a little bit, is what I'm suggesting.
Mm-hmm.
That would be obviously extremely important for Nebraska because, if I'm not mistaken, the Illinois game is in early November. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
So if those 2 teams are down, and in that bugaboo
November
month
6th, yes.
Yeah, that's the bugaboo month. It's been a horrific month for Nebraska. But they can catch Illinois a little down and Iowa a little down. That could really help that conversation.
Sip, honestly, you could lower that, but you just mentioned that stat about Illinois. You could lower that bar to 8 wins, and Illinois hasn't had more than 2 seasons in a row of 8 wins or more since 1901 to 1904.
Wow.
I realize they didn't play as many games back then, but still, I mean, you know, it's funny because you look at Illinois and there's spots here or there where they have a really nice year, but then it's kind of back into mediocrity. And this is uncharted territory. 3 out of the last 4 years, Brett Bielema has had at least 8 wins. That just does not happen in Illinois.
Right. So that's really interesting. There's a lot, actually. I was looking at it last night. Even Northwest, I know Nebraska doesn't play them, but
right.
David Braun's record is almost exactly what Rule's is. And then, now they've added Chip Kelly to the staff. They needed to do something offensively, but Braun's done a good job there. Now, what will they do now? Can they take another step forward with Chip Kelly? And there's a quarterback battle there. I thought Aiden Childs would win that job outright, but it sounds like he's battling a kid from West Virginia.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a great hire by Dave Braun. I thought about it last night. Remember, he took that job. He was an interim. He had been the defensive coordinator, I believe, South Dakota State. So I guess what I'm getting at is, would he feel? I thought obviously doesn't feel threatened. He's not a high-profile head coach, but he went and hired a high-profile coordinator, real high-profile guy who's been a head coach in the NFL for multiple teams. So I kind of tip my hat to Braun. His record's 19-19, like Rule, and I think he is 11-16 in the Big Ten, and Rule's 10-17. So very similar. Very similar.
Well, Sip, have a safe journey to Chicago.
Thanks.
Enjoy whatever Chicago brings to you. I mean, I know you guys always eat high on the hog there, so I'm sure you won't have any problems.
No, it won't bring anything. Rule doesn't go to the podium tomorrow or Thursday till 3:30. He goes to the main podium early, but the side podium at 3:30, which means what, John? I'll be right till 10 o'clock. There's no dinner or anything. So,
well, what about tomorrow?
I suppose there might be something tomorrow. That's a good point. Maybe. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. We get in tomorrow early enough that we could do that.
Yeah. Tell Sean to get the Diners Club card out and, take you out for some Al's Italian beef.
There you go.
Or Lou Malnati's.
All the goods.
Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Or Arbelardo's.
Albaldaros.
Albaldaros. Albadaro.
So how do you pronounce that correctly?
I don't know. I was looking at the sign and I still messed it up.
That's how they get you. You got to go off of memory.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Sip. Take care, buddy.
All right. You too, guys.
All right.
Thanks, Sip.
Steve Sipple joining us on the Prairie Flower Casino Zone Hotline. That is interesting about Illinois, that they've never been able to stack 3 straight 9-win seasons together, and they haven't done 3 straight 8-win seasons together in over 120 years.
And it starts an interesting November, like it has been many times for Nebraska. On the road, November 6th.
Friday night football.
Makes it interesting. Do you think Nebraska has a better chance of going 3-1 in November or 0 in November?
Oh, I mean, 0 easily.
You think?
Well, it's
you got Rutgers.
It's Illinois, it's Rutgers, it's Iowa, it's Ohio State. I mean, right there, they're probably going to be underdogs in 3 of those 4.
That's what I'm saying. So you think that they have a better chance of losing to Rutgers than going and upsetting both Rutgers or upsetting Illinois and Iowa?
Yeah. Remember, Rutgers got 2 players named.
That's right. How could I forget?
Big Ten's list.
You're right, John. How could I forget?
They got
that is
2
true.
guys when they were just sitting around, just guys naming dudes. And hey, 2 Rutgers guys came up. They had 18 programs to choose from. They couldn't spend one of those on a Nebraska guy. Oh no!
I think
couldn't
Rutgers
spend one on a Michigan guy. Oh no! But we're going to mention 2 Rutgers guys.
Rutgers might be the last Big Ten team that I think of in guys naming Big Ten programs. It'd be on the bottom of the totem pole for sure.
Still amazed that they're in this conference. Of course, there are days I wake up and I'm still amazed Nebraska's in this conference.
How dare you?
By the way, before we go to break, we talked about this maybe about 3 or 4 weeks ago. We got an email from a friend of the Grum, John.
Hey, John.
Who was very frustrated about his ability to get Nebraska basketball tickets because they're going to go through a reseat process. And similar to volleyball, it's going to be based on donor points. Well, John has followed up. Apparently, emails went out today to, I'm assuming this was to season ticket holders, to interested folks, or boosters. But the basketball reseat will be postponed until 2029. They are going to wait until after Memorial Stadium's Big Red rebuild is done and the reseat of Memorial Stadium. So they are going to hold off on basketball because honestly, they probably don't want to deal with more headaches again. I mean, the volleyball one created headaches.
To say, isn't it better just to deal with one big headache than a 4-year-long stretch of headaches?
Yeah.
That'd be my thought, is just get it all out of the way, be the enemy for, 2 straight years. And then after that, just deal with the consequence as it goes.
Yeah.
But delaying the inevitable, this will always be on the minds of people because they delayed it to what, 2029?
2029.
I mean, that is
who knows what's going to happen between now and then?
That is a long time to be sitting on this sort of proposal and this sort of juncture for people who will continue to set new standards and new traditions and all this other stuff. And
does Nebraska basketball continue the success they've had? Do they fall back to what they were? Do they just kind of settle into some kind of a mid zone? I mean, honestly, and I'm not saying yay or nay, they should or shouldn't do this, but this would be the time to strike.
Yes.
Because the popularity of the program has never been higher. And so you actually have a demand there. I mean, with volleyball, you got 30 plus years of demand that has been building up over time. Thus, they were able to do it. But with basketball, this is the ultimate strike while the iron's hot. I don't know if it can get any hotter.
Yeah, and again, if you wanted to make these radical changes, I think you just do it right when all of your, prized pigs are all in the spigot at the same time. Just handle it that way.
As per usual, basketball has to wait in line behind football.
Classic. Not at a different university, I know.
So that's new information. We will be back. When we come back, it is content time. Let's see. Today in content, what do we have? We have
good stuff.
Oh, the Saving College Sports from Itself Act. We talked about that. Oh, could there be a new blackout jersey?
Oh, let's go.
We have visual evidence. And Brian Kelly has a new partner.
Yes.
On 1620 The Zone. Sportsmanlike Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay, what do we got coming up today in content?
A lot of things, John. One of them, in addition to the Saving College Sports from Itself Act, it would include a $25 million pool from which schools could use to retain their current players. This would mean the rev share cap could be north of $45 million. Is this a good compromise for the Big Ten and SEC?
We talked about this a little bit earlier when we played a little bit of Tone's audio. I mean, it would appear to be so. I mean, it's a chance to increase the cap.
Yep.
Now, is the cap already being busted? Yes. So is this merely window dressing? Yes. But if it's window dressing that makes the Big Ten and SEC happy, maybe this bill takes another step towards passing. I don't know. We'll find out at 9 o'clock tomorrow when Congress has imposed a deadline on these leagues to agree or disagree with the new changes.
And we still don't know what time zone 9 o'clock is, though. We can only hope and pray that they get it right.
Use the Atlantic time zone, which is the time zone beyond the Eastern time zone.
That's the way to do it, John. No, I agree. It's basically, like you said, reaching across the aisle. And it makes you wonder, too, because clearly the Big Ten and SEC are the ones in cahoots for most of this. What aren't they compromising on another conversation that they're having that this is the number that they came to for it?
Austin, this next one is for you because of your hot take from earlier.
Thanks, man.
There has been little to no progress on Baker Mayfield contract extension talks. Should we assume he will be a free agent after the season? And is he worth top 5 money?
Baker Mayfield's going to be in an interesting position, and I think he recognized this as well, because as the NFL draft went on this past spring and the way that the projection goes. Now, what's funny is that at this time last year, we were talking about a lot of these great quarterbacks that ended up not becoming great quarterbacks in the NFL draft, namely Nussmeier as well as Penn State and so on and so forth. Baker Mayfield understands that there is always a void of quarterbacks needed, especially post-NFL draft. I would not be shocked to see that Baker Mayfield holds out even longer after the season wraps up. If his contract does not become renewed by Tampa Bay, he doesn't get a number that he wants, that he sees that there are other teams that would rather have his services that are picking later on in the draft and would rather have a veteran quarterback rather than trading up more value for a younger quarterback. I think that there is something there. I don't know that he's worth top 5 money, but if he has another season like we mentioned before, that was closer to the 24 season, I think that he will get close to that number.
If he has the kind of season you predicted for him in the hot take market where he set some career highs, someone's probably going to be willing to pay him top 5 money.
Yep, 100%.
Because there's nothing beats having experience. And this would also be proof of concept. I know he was injured last year, but he still had a pretty solid year when he was healthy. Obviously, the year before, that's when he set a lot of his career marks. If he were to go out and have a really good year this year, then there would be, okay, this isn't a fluke anymore. This isn't a happening or a coincidence. This is a trend. And teams are going to be willing to pay for that. So I think Baker's playing this right because he will have value somewhere. And he's already been willing to move on and go on to other places. Who knows? Maybe he could be reunited with Liam Cohen again if, something goes wrong with Lawrence.
I think my prediction right now, I think it'll be Atlanta. I think if he moves on, it would stay in the NFC South, and I think he'd go to Atlanta because their quarterback whole system just devoured itself. It didn't work out.
Ohio State now has a uniform patch, and this one is real. But it's not a fast food joint. It's JP Morgan Chase.
Oh, the credit card company.
Yep. The big-ass program is linked with a big-ass bank. It's reportedly worth $17 million a year, expected to be an industry leader. This is pretty much the perfect marriage, yeah?
Well, it was an industry leader until Notre Dame trumped them with the SoFi sponsorship, which is rumored to be worth upwards of $19 million a year.
That's closer to 20.
And then Michigan totally did not get another uniform patch, which would have paid them $35 million a year. Some places were reporting this. We certainly were not.
No, not us. Never. We would never do that.
No. But it's interesting that Ohio State, this is for all their sports, is worth $17 million a year. Monster Energy gets a patch for the Big 12. Now, yes, Big 12 teams can add another patch on top of that. but that they got $20 million for an entire conference to put something on their jersey, whereas Ohio State by itself gets $17 million. That shows you how powerful that brand is.
Yeah, 100%.
And I am really, because it's going to happen. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but it is going to happen. Nebraska will get a jersey sponsor. How much can Nebraska's brand command in that market?
And of course, we always establish this with football and everything else. But like you said there, it is for every single one of those uniforms. It's not just for football. It's for volleyball, basketball. It's for everything that an Ohio State athlete will put on will have the JP Morgan Chase logo on it. I'd be interested to see how that turns out for Nebraska. And I'm not saying that it's going to be volleyball integrated by any means, but I'd be interested to see how much of the female athlete conversation comes into it because Nebraska's female sports brand is so high. Same with Iowa women's basketball.
Sure.
You never know how much more of that conversation may open up a door for some other type of company that may want to come in and throw a few bucks in.
The message board Dork Order has spotted a replica Nebraska jersey that's labeled as an alternate jersey. Is this new look for the gimmick blackout game?
Listen, when this happened last year, I thought that it was a complete hoax. I thought it was just something that we didn't even need to look at or worry about. But it was right one time. Can it be right again? I'm going to tend to believe yes, because they have an October 31st matchup. They know that it's hopefully going to be a night game. Wink, wink. Come on, Washington, do the right thing. Make sure that the TV broadcast gets, through the right way. I don't love these uniforms. If this is the mock-up that they have, there's a little too much red for an all-black uniform.
They look too pixelated to me, too.
Well, that too.
Well, it's because
I know
the
came from the screenshot.
I was
How dare
making
they?
a joke.
But I will say this. I think that the black uniform tradition for Nebraska football, if they choose to do that, I'm kind of for it. I think I like this little shtick that they have going on.
Oh, John's going to get on a soapbox, Oxton.
I mean, it's not one of Nebraska's colors. It's a gimmick, but fine. If they want to do it, if it gets people excited, cool. By the way, this jersey, for those of you who are not watching it on the stream, so it's a black jersey. It has, the number is white, but it's outlined in red. And then there's red Nebraska in the word mark of the university
Deep
across the chest in red. And then they don't have the big, gaudy, ugly shoulder stripes like the new uniforms have. It's just like a subtle red stripe kind of outside the collar.
Yep. And no winning tradition patch. What's that about?
No winning tradition patch.
Super hot take market. I really like these. I F with them. They're
also,
cool.
very good for broadcasters. Look at that nice, clean, crisp white number.
Listen, at this point, they can be green as far as I care, as long as you can see the damn number.
That can be done, John.
And these, you can see the number. Now, do I think these are the actual ones? I'm going to say no.
We'll finish up with this one. For years, fools, idiots, morons, abelarderos would say John's idea of a buffer seat at the movie theater was a dumb one. Now, United Airlines is introducing Economy Plus, where the middle seat in a 3-seat row is removed for a shared table. Who's the idiot now?
It's good to be right. I was ahead of the trend. People made fun of me. The person that sat in the seat that would be occupied where you are right now used to say, buffer chair? Why do you need a buffer chair? Why don't you need a buffer chair? Space is good. And in the one place where you're cramped for hours on end is now giving you the option for more space, and it's called a buffer chair.
I do like it too. I think that it's worth the extra few dollars. I don't know if I would be able to afford it on the aeroplane, but if it makes my seat cheaper to sit next to two other strangers and other people want to pay more to sit alone, I think I'd be for that.
Now, do you think to offset this, they're actually moving all of these seats to normal economy? So now it's going to be 4 seats in a row instead of 3.
Oh, wow. They just keep adding it up.
And it just gets smaller.
And then standing room in the back.
Yeah, like a bus.
That'd be interesting.
Like a bus.
I'd like to see airplanes become just big Airbuses. That'd be fun. I mean, they're already there, but we need more standing. We need more people falling into one another on turbulence. That'd be a lot.
That's a meet cute. That's a meet cute. People could exist from that.
Imagine how many more romantic comedies we could make if we had, standing airplane seats. That would be great.
Well, there's content coming up next. It's What's for Dinner
America's favorite segment
on 1620 The Zone.
When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie.
Tortillas. When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
And I think we're going to serve McDonald's, Wendy's, and Burger King.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down.
And I would think that's their favorite food.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap, tortillas, and we're going to get up. And then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like
tortillas.
going out to eat.
So tonight I have no idea what's for dinner.
Whoa.
So instead, I'm going to do a what if what's for dinner.
Oh.
What if?
Oh, Marvel, what if?
A choose your own adventure.
What if we were in Chicago at Big Ten Media Days? What would I be jonesing for?
Burger King.
A Portillo's cake shake.
Jimmy John's.
I've never been to Portillo's. I would be leaning towards Gino's East, which is one of my personal favorite deep dish pizzas in Chicago.
I'm a Lou Mal's guy.
I mean, I like Lou's too, but Gino's has more variety in terms of the combination of toppings that you can get. And it's good pizza.
Interesting. I've never been to Chicago, so I'd probably look for those street tacos that Matt McMaster's always talking about. You know, what Chicago's best known
careful.
for.
You're going to have to get a few to fill your big Midwestern belly.
That is true. You're right. They are very tiny out there. I'm doing a salsa chicken slop bowl. That's right, chat. We're back to our slop bowl.
Yeah, they do that. He has different kinds of slop. There's sweet potatoes in this slop.
Oh, there's lots of sweet potatoes.
Loves sweet potatoes.
Sweet potatoes, chicken, salsa, and I'll even make it gross for you folks. We'll even throw in a little cottage cheese for more protein. Yeah, that's right, John. Protein maxing.
You're putting sweet potatoes in there with salsa?
Oh yeah, salsa chicken.
Does it ever get exhausting living your life around a diet that's so annoying? With all the numbers, I don't want to do math when I eat food.
Well, it's that, and also the amount of farts that I have to do in like non-public areas. That's the toughest part. Yeah.
Last night, Paige did that kielbasa gnocchi thing with the tomato sauce.
How'd they go?
Incredible. Once again, I don't know how she does it.
Doubling
Amazing
down?
things. Tonight, I'm just gonna do burgers.
From the King?
No.
Dang.
These two have been spending at least multiple breaks today talking about being Burger King bros.
Because we are.
He told me one time about Whoppers. It was Thursday. It was the first day that I hosted on this stretch, and you got me Whopper pilled now. And I can't stop thinking about him.
Austin, I think, asked, or somebody asked about a specific Burger King, and I said that's the best one in the city. And Austin went to it, and he agrees with me.
Yeah, it's the one closest to my house, so I had to go there. And the guy was super nice, and we had a great experience.
It's not the closest Burger King to my house, and I still go to that one.
Imagine if we went to the same Burger King tonight.
Oh, that'd be
Wouldn't that be so fun?
That'd be cute.
BK Bros.
The more you keep talking about this, eventually at some point I will break down and end up going to Burger King.
John, you should. I was in the Burger King Kids Club. I've been a Burger King ride or die since I was a child.
Do you think I could get a deal on it if I said, hey, I'm going over to 1620 The Zone. Can I just get a bag of burgers for the boys?
Oh, I would love a bag of burgers.
God, that would just rock,
Listen,
wouldn't it?
I'm
Get a
telling you,
burgie bag.
back in the day when it was 2 burgers, 2 fries, $2, man, that was the best deal in fast food.
That's right. What if I replace all the fries with more burgers? Because we're bros.
It's like you're at Cane's, no fry, extra burg.
I just want to replace everything. No drinks, no fries, no anything. Just burger.
Can I substitute the drink for another burger?
Let me get a burger.
Tomorrow is Wednesday.
It is.
Maybe there'll be more Big Ten Media Day stuff. I don't know. Who's our team in 25 teams?
Pending Bowling Green.
Bowling Green!
Potentially.
Let's go Falcons.
And God knows whatever else.
It'll be a fun day.
It will. So have a great rest of your Tuesday. After Hours is coming up next.
Have some slop.
I don't know what I'm having.
Bye.